conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, First Day Sales Released. Hey, Eva, Anna said you have something to talk to me about. The street scene outside the car window kept changing. Link was lying on the recliner of the nanny car with his legs crossed. He also had another phone call to the company's butler. Yes, Mr. Lover, I have good news for you. Currently, 38 state distributors have called and said that they expect to sell out all the records in 3 days and require early replenishment. The New York State distributor announced 3 minutes ago that the first batch of 35,000 records on the shelves were all sold out. In addition, the online album sales volume was 52,000 copies, rushing to the top of the charts on various digital platforms. The specific news has been posted on Link's music Twitter account. You can check it out when you have time. Evika said in a brisk tone. Hearing her voice, you can also feel that she should be in a good mood now. Link smiled lightly and asked her why she wanted to be a lover. In English, there is also a word called love, which describes a person who is infatuated, but with the word great, it feels very ironic. Evika did not tell him the reason, but just mentioned another thing. Link Music encountered some difficulties in promoting this album. The planning scheme from the publicity department was not novel enough and could not influence the mainstream public opinion, which made her very dissatisfied. Evika asked him if he had any recent hype plans. After all, Link was helpless. Since his debut, he has only participated in a few hype events, and many of them were forced to fight. He became popular for no reason. It was not that he liked hype, but now even Evika thought he was very good at hype, which made him speechless. Don't you have any? The current exclusive sales are very good. The distribution department expects that the sales of the third week in the first week will be around 800,000 copies. If we do some good work in publicity and promotion, there is a great hope to break through 1 million copies. Look carefully, Mr. Baker. The first week sales of 1 million copies. What a beautiful number, and it is also a great honor in your career. Can you imagine it? Evika said in a charming tone. If he heard her speak in this voice in the past, Link's lower limbs would probably be stiff, but now his muscles are almost the same. You are a business elite, the 28th outstanding female CEO under the age of 40. Don't you have a good way? Link joked. In March, Business Weekly selected the list of outstanding female CEOs under 40 in 2009, and Evika's name was also included. She was evaluated as a woman with both beauty and talent. No, I'm the president. My job is to select talents to work for me, not to find things for myself. If I need to do this kind of thing, I have to get rid of those people in the company. Evika said lightly, with the tone of a domineering president. Okay, I have an immature idea. Link talked about his strategy. After listening for a while, Evika asked in surprise, your brain is constructed. How can you come up with such a strange operation? Last time I was shopping on Rodeo Drive, I saw someone fall on the ground, and all the brand name cosmetics in my bag fell out. Taylor said that those things are worth more than 100,000 beauties. I think I can save them and use them to promote our record. What do you think? It sounds interesting. You can try it. Wait for my good news. Evika didn't say goodbye and hung up the phone directly. Link shook his head, picked up another phone, and looked at it. He found that there was no call or text message from Taylor. After thinking for a while, Taylor should have left the recording studio at this time, so he called. Taylor quickly answered the phone and asked him when he would go home. Why did he call at this time? Link asked her if she had listened to the songs in the album. How did she feel? How did you write the songs? Taylor asked. Of course it's because of you. You are my muse of inspiration. I can only write songs when I see you. Really? Why can't I write a song when I'm with you? But you can write so many good songs when you dream of being together. Tell me quickly, are you worried because of writing songs? Why do you have such an idea? Don't forget, you also taught me how to write songs. Humph. I have taught a junior like you. Every song is so good. How can you let me record a new album? Taylor described with a sour tone. Haha, you are so amazing. You started writing songs at the age of 10 and have written thousands of songs. You can definitely write better songs than the ones in my album, right? Of course, I will never lose to you. Come back soon. I want to hear you sing live for me. Okay. Wait for me in the bedroom. You pervert. Link shrugged and hung up the phone. On the first day of the release of Woman I Love, online music platforms sold 82,000 digital albums, while offline physical records, according to data compiled by distributors in 42 states, sold 186,000 copies. These two figures add up to 268,000 copies, and there are still 8 states that have not been compiled, indicating that the first day sales are more than 260,000 copies. Among them, the national sales of The Woman I Love on the first day of its release exceeded 260,000 copies, which is more than 10,000 copies higher than last week's sales champion My World 2.0. When the first day data was announced by Music Link in a tweet, it caused a great sensation in the music industry, and major online media also forwarded the report. Many people don't believe this data. According to this data, Link's third album has a great chance of selling more than 1 million copies in the first week. Singers who can sell 1 million copies in the first week are all superstars in the music industry. How can Link, a new singer who has debuted for just over a year, do this? Not to mention that this album is very expensive. One copy is better than others' albums. If you multiply it by 2 based on 260,000, the first day sales of this album will be more than 500,000 copies. It's too exaggerated. Even MJ, Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, Beyonce and other top stars in the music industry can't achieve this number. But Link did it. Many people suspect that Link Music is brushing data. Since the rise of the internet, online sales have not been able to do this. Being included in the total album sales also provides a convenient platform for brushers, which also leads to data distortion of many albums and singles. For example, Justin's 2 albums. Since last year, many news reports have questioned Justin's record company's data fraud, but Justin doesn't care about this statement. Brushing data is also a way of publicity and promotion, and a marketing method. It conforms to the rules of business operation, so there is no need to feel ashamed. So Link's data may also be fraudulent. But this suspicion only lasted for 2 hours. Link Music updated the first day sales of The Woman I Love. The online sales were still 82,000 copies, but the total sales in 50 states became 224,000 copies. The total sales became 306,000 copies. Link Music also listed the sales performance rankings of distributors in each state below. New York sold 54,000 copies on the first day, which is well deserved to be the first. California sold 42,000 copies on the first day, ranking second. Florida unprecedentedly rushed into the third place, with 31,000 copies sold on the first day. After the release of this data in Helsinki and Tennessee, many people who questioned it also shut up. Online sales data can be falsified, but although the data of distributors in various places are easy to falsify, distributors are neutral to record companies and singers. They do not belong to any specific record companies, nor do they rely on free help to sell unsellable goods. How much leisure you earn, how much tax you need to pay. Falsifying data is asking for trouble. And will the sales data of various regions published by Link Music Company be made up on the spot? Impossible. Distributors will not agree to this operation. Therefore, the offline sales of Link's third album are 224,000 copies. According to the ratio of 3:1 or 4:1 between offline and online, the online sales of 82,000 copies is also a normal data. After the doubts disappeared, some people discussed why this album was sold. Some people think that Link is famous and has many fans. He is a world boxing champion, a movie star, a top streamer, and has more than 20 million Twitter fans. If one person buys one, he can sell more than 200,000 copies. Some people think that the first and second albums are of high quality. The first single All of Me is very classic, and his Legends Never Die, and See You are produced by Link, which must be excellent. Fans believe in Link's works, so when he releases his third album, they will actively support him. However, more people think that the reason why this album sold so well is that the quality is high enough. None of the 18 songs are just junk works to fill the numbers. Each song has a chance to rush to the top of the singles chart. There are even many fans who are arguing about which song in this album sounds the best. These fans have found more than 10 teams, and each team supports one song. The songs are so popular that it is strange that they can't sell. Not to mention that big stars such as Lady Gaga recommend Link's songs online. According to this situation, selling 30,000 copies on the first day does not seem to be a lot. After the first day data came out, Link's third album was a big hit in the music industry, and many media outlets were forwarding and reporting this news. Previously, the mainstream media predicted that the sales of this album in the United States would be around 1 million copies, which now seems to be a joke. Previously, many people thought that the sales of Link's third album this week might not be able to beat Justin's Minecraft 2.0, which now seems to be a joke. On the second day of the release of The Woman I Love, online sales fell to 75,000 copies, but offline physical stock sales increased to 248,000 copies, and the total sales on the second day reached 323,000 copies. A total of 629,000 copies in 2 days! Exclamation mark. Chapter 277, The Plan to Kill Link. 620,000 copies in 2 days? At some Projects Entertainment, Scooter saw the data released by Link Music's Twitter account, and his eyes twitched a few times, and his face became extremely ugly. He thought that according to Justin's current fame, his album sales, even if slightly worse than Link's, would not be much worse. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Link's new album sales in 2 days exceeded Justin's total album sales by 100,000 copies. This data was too exaggerated and hard for him to accept. Scooter narrowed his eyes and looked at Alex, his assistant at the desk. "How is the investigation going? Have you found any evidence that Link Music is brushing the data?" Alex shook his head and asked. "Boss, I just contacted people from 2 lines. They said that they found no evidence of Link Music's data. They also said that Link Music has been very busy these past 2 days, especially the people in the distribution department. They all shouted loudly, saying that distributors everywhere were urging them to deliver the goods online urgently. Some wanted 50,000 copies, and some directly asked for 100,000 more copies. At the beginning, Link Music estimated that the sales of this album would be 3 million copies. Now it seems that 3 million copies are not enough. People in the marketing department are still calling the people in the printing and engraving factory, saying that they need to print an additional 2 million copies, and they also want people from the packaging company and the transportation company to expedite the shipment. When I was on the phone, I also heard from the microphone that Link Music seemed to be very busy. The 2 inside lines said that Link Music started working from yesterday and can only rest for 5 or 6 hours a day, so they don't even have time to make phone calls. According to the current situation, Link Music should not need to be brushed. The album has already won, and they will not be able to handle the data again. Scooter's face became even worse after hearing this. From Alex's description, he could imagine how busy Link Music was. The phones in the office area were ringing, and the operators were shouting loudly, shouting that 100,000 more copies should be printed in New York, 100,000 more copies in Los Angeles, and 50,000 more copies in Las Vegas, and even their skin was hoarse. This kind of enthusiastic expression. It was the scene that Scooter and all the record company bosses dreamed of. Unfortunately, this kind of thing did not happen in SB Project Company. Justin's second store sales just exceeded 900,000 copies of the trade, and the packaging company still had more than 1 million stocks that had not been shipped. It was still a long way from running out of stock. In addition, after Link's new album was put on the shelves, Justin's second store was also greatly affected. Yesterday, it fell 12% compared to the day before, and today it fell nearly 30% compared to yesterday. The large drop was not only because the market was flooded so much, but also because Link released an album, and many people used the money they were going to use to buy Justin's records, to buy the better quality The Woman I Love. This is the competition between peers. The cake of pop music is only so big. If Link Music takes more, SB and other record companies will have less. Those who can't take more will go bankrupt. If Scooter doesn't want to go bankrupt, he must compete with Link Music. In the end, he planned to arrange 2 insiders to investigate the black material in Link Music Company and expose it in the afternoon. But those 2 insiders were working overtime at Link Music. Scooter snorted coldly, loosened his tie and asked, "Are there any new progress in the investigation of Link's dirt?" "No. Link's life habits are very regular. He runs and exercises in the morning, works at noon, and trains boxing in the afternoon. He never goes to bars or nightclubs, nor does he go to casinos or strip clubs. The people investigating him have no chance to capture any dirt on him." Scooter didn't believe it. If he hadn't seen the video, he would have thought that Link was a good man who abided by the rules. After watching it, he felt that Link must have problems in his private life, but he was more meticulous in his work, and the paparazzi couldn't find out at all. Scooter secretly thought from the side, "Go tell the paparazzi, there's no need to investigate in depth. Just take more photos of Link with the opposite sex. The more the better. Then I'll be of great use to them." Alex nodded, and seeing that there were no other instructions, he left the folder. Scooter continued to look at the numbers on the screen with a dark face. The cumulative sales in 2 days were 62.9. How many were there in the first week? Will it break the first 10,000 week sales record of NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Eminem and others? If it breaks, Link's influence in the music scene will rise to another level. By then, he will be the only one dominating the pop music scene, and others can only follow him to eat the leftovers. This is the last thing Scooter wanted to see. He thought about it seriously and decided that he should contact more colleagues and step on Link together when necessary. Ding ling ling. The desktop phone rang twice. Seeing that it was a call from Little Cunis, Scooter immediately perked up and talked to Little Cunis. Little Cunis asked him when he planned to release the video. Scooter told him that it was not the right time yet. It was better to create public opinion first, to lift Link up, to make everyone think that he was a good man, and then release the video and hit him hard. The strong contrast would disappoint the fans and the public, and the disappointment would turn into anger and abuse. Only in this way could the value of the video be maximized, and it would be a bigger blow to Link. Little Cunis made his suggestion and told him that because Link and Link Music were very successful, Atlantic Records was ready to strengthen its cooperation with Link Music, and it would be best if they could jointly promote the works of several singers launched by Link. If Atlantic Records fully cooperated with Link Music, the market value of Link Music would be higher, and it would be more difficult to acquire it at that time. Scooter said he understood and would speed up the arrangements. After hanging up the phone, he called the publicity department and asked them to hurry up and set up the best boyfriend persona for Link. If they did not praise Link well enough, the sound would be louder when he fell. "Mr. Singer, where is Link's new album? I can't find it." In the record store on 47th Street and Broadway in New York, a girl with a long ponytail was looking for Link's new album in the hot album area. She didn't find it, so she came to her counter and found the owner of the record store to ask, "Ellie, you are late. Link's album has been sold out long ago." The boss, Mr. Singer, lowered his glasses, glanced and said, "Sold out? Today is the second day of the release. How come it is sold out? I got 300 records from the distributor on Friday, and I thought I could sell them for a week, but Link's album was so popular that 215 copies were sold yesterday, and the rest were sold out this morning." "Okay, then I'll come again tomorrow. Mr. Singer, remember to save one for me," the girl Ellie said in a clear voice. "Very good. If you hadn't listened to my album first, the songs in Link's new album would really sound." The boss singer took out a laserdisc from the record player, put it in a record box, and handed it to the girl Ellie. "Mr. Singer, I'll return it to you tomorrow." The girl Ellie took the record and held it happily in her arms. On the release day of The Woman I Love, the third largest online and offline sales volume was 275,000 copies, with a cumulative sales volume of 904,000 copies. When Link Music released the data, in addition to thanking the fans for their support, it also apologized to the fans. The reason is that the popularity of this album exceeded the expectations of the publishing company, which led to panic and insufficient preparation. Many places were declared sold out in less than 3 days. So many fans were unable to buy Link's new album in time. Link Music deeply apologizes. At present, the company is actively allocating the second batch of albums. At the latest tomorrow, record stores in various places will be replenished one after another. Please continue to support Link. After the tweet was released, some people praised Link for being so amazing. More than 900,000 copies were sold in 3 days, making him the king of pop music. However, his peers in the record industry felt that Link Music was showing off. Others are always worried about not being able to sell their records when they release them, but Link Music actually apologized to fans for being out of stock. It's so damn enviable. On the 4th day of the release of The Woman I Love, the sales volume in the United States was 247,000 copies, and the cumulative total sales volume was 1.15 million copies. Link's album also became one of the fastest albums to break 1 million copies on the US album chart. The third album No Strings released by the 2000 Sync Band, which was ranked in the draw, broke 1 million copies in 3 days. The second place was also NSYNC's album, the fourth album Celebrity, which took 3 days. The third place was Eminem's third album The Marshall Mathers LP released in 2000, which also took 4 days. The album sold 1.15 million copies in 4 days, which also made the mainstream media speechless. After all, they predicted that Link's album would sell around 1 million copies, but Link exceeded this goal in less than 4 days. Everyone didn't know what was embarrassing and turned to praise the artistic level of this album, calling it the highest quality love album in the past decade and one of the 10 best albums that must be listened to in 2010. At the same time, the media also began to praise Link, saying that he was a good man, did not take drugs, did not drink alcohol, had no bad habits, could compose, box and sing, was the most perfect man in music, was the dream lover of countless women, and was the perfect date and marriage partner. They also praised Link and Taylor for their stable relationship, that the two countries had been in a relationship for more than a year, and that their relationship had been stable, and that they had not had any conflicts before, that they were the golden boy and jade girl in the music industry, and that they had set a good example for fans, and made everyone believe in love again, etc. When Link saw such articles, he felt that they were too exaggerated, and that he was not as good as the newspaper said. But considering that this might be a plan by the propaganda department, he did not ask about it. Chapter 278 Beyonce's warning. Link, where are you? Are you okay? In the morning, Link was eating breakfast and reading newspapers on the balcony when Selena called him. Her tone was very urgent, as if she was frightened. I'm eating breakfast at home. Where are you? What happened? Link asked hurriedly. I'm here too. Selena let out a long breath on the phone and continued, Link, listen to me, don't go to the beach these days. I just dreamed that you fell into the sea and gulped down water. I wanted to pull you up but couldn't. That dream was too real. I was so scared that I cried. Link was speechless after listening and glanced at his phone. It's almost 9 o'clock. Are you still dreaming in bed? What time did you go to bed last night? These are not important. Don't interrupt. Do you remember what I just said? Don't go to the beach. I dream a lot. Selena said in a serious tone. If she was next to him, Link would not be able to help but knock her on the forehead. You are not confused in your sleep. Who am I? Holder of 4 swimming records. Elite diver. Often dives in the sea without equipment. Do you think I will drown? Well, I hope so. Then I will sleep a little longer, and I will dream that you will float up by yourself, and I don't need to save you. That's it. Bye. Without waiting for him to ask more, Selena hung up the phone. Link sent a message to Catherine, asking what Selena was doing last night, and why she was still sleeping. Catherine replied that Selena bought a small truck and drove it on the street with a few girlfriends yesterday. It was more than 11 o'clock before she replied to Link and said that Selena had grown up and became playful, and Catherine and Mandy probably couldn't restrain her. Catherine told him that the crew of Bridesmaids had been completed, and the director was Paul Feig, who directed The Third Generation, and they were filming a comedy. The next step was casting, and asked him if he had anyone to recommend. Link said no, He didn't remember the names of the protagonists, and he didn't mind. Just let her and Ms. Woodike choose the actors according to the needs of the plot. Don't be influenced by others, and try to choose the most suitable actors. Catherine said she understood, and asked about the release of the album. After chatting with Catherine, Link put away his phone, and continued to eat breakfast. Ding dong, the phone received a message, and the sender was Beyonce. Beyonce asked, "Do you still have the whiskey I gave you last time?" Link shook his head. "I'm not dressing up, I'm giving it to the backstage staff." Beyonce said, "Okay, it's confirmed to be you. The album has sold over 1 million copies in 4 days. How do you feel?" Link smiled. "I feel good at the moment." Beyonce said, "Don't be too proud. You've surpassed Lil Wayne and Usher in the first week sales record chart. They are very angry and said they want to shoot you." Link smiled. "Thank you for informing me. I'll go buy a bulletproof vest to wear tomorrow." Beyonce said, "Bulletproof vests are useless. Let me tell you another insider information. You have to be mentally prepared. Usher said that Scooter has some dirty material about you and is ready to discredit you. I don't know what it is, but it's a good thing for you to meet him, so don't be too happy too soon." My dirty material. Link was stunned for a moment and thought about it seriously. He didn't know what the other party had caught him with. Could it be the last time? Were we secretly photographed? Impossible. If it was our photo, Scooter would not have told JZ in advance, and JZ would not have been so calm knowing it later. What could it be? Don't ask me, you bastard. How dare you torture me like that? You must have done it more than other women. You should think carefully about whether you were accidentally caught cheating on me sometime. No, I'm not as rough as you want. You'd better not. Otherwise, when the dirty news comes out, your image as a perfect man will collapse. In addition, you owe me a favor for this matter. Remember to pay me back." Beyonce went offline. Link deleted the message and thought of Beyonce's reminder, feeling a little worried. If it wasn't those 2 times in his mind, what kind of dirty news could it be? Could it be the time with Amy Adams? If so, why did it take so long to be exposed? And if not, what could it be? Apart from these 2 women, he had not done anything else out of line. He thought, send a message to Ms. Mandy, ask her to tell Link Music Marketing Department to temporarily stop hyping up his good man persona and stop marketing his relationship with Taylor, because it is not appropriate to use such things to promote the album. Ms. Mandy agreed, and after a while, she called again to tell him that the company's marketing department had no plans in this regard, nor did they let the media promote him as a good man. These news were reported by the media on their own initiative. He and Taylor are both the most popular singers in the music industry, and they are in a relationship. Hype. This kind of news can attract the attention of Link and Taylor's fans and sell more news products. Just like the hype of Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake, Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston, Bruce Willis and Demi Moore. The public relations department thought this operation was normal and conducive to promoting his data, so they did not intervene. After listening to Link, he was more confused. Before, Beyonce told him that Scooter had dirt on him and wanted to trick him, but he didn't completely believe it. But now he believes it a little. The media would not hype up his relationship with Taylor for no reason and help him build a good man image. Someone must be creating public opinion here. First help him build a good man image, and then use black material to smash it, which will cause greater damage to him. But the black material is in Cuna's prescription. It may be difficult to get it. What are you thinking about? You look stupid. Just as he was thinking about how to break the situation, Taylor suddenly came over and stared at him with his blue eyes blinking. Link's heart skipped a beat. Seeing that the screen of his phone had gone black, he shrugged and said, "These past 2 days, the media has been hyping that I'm the most perfect man in the world. It feels a bit corny." I called the company's publicity department and asked them not to publish this article again. But they told me that it was not the company's behavior, but the media themselves that were hyping it up. I feel like there's something wrong here. What's the problem? Taylor put the breakfast tray opposite him and said while tearing the soft bread, "If you're a good man, what does it matter if people say you're a good man? Unless you think you're a bad guy. Yes, it's okay to say I'm a good man, but saying I'm a perfect good man is too popular. Honey, look at the news in the newspaper. As long as it involves perfection, there must be a problem. It's like digging a hole waiting for me to jump in. Link poured her a glass of milk. Are you thinking too much? Taylor also picked up the newspaper and took a look. He couldn't help laughing after reading only a few articles. Some of them are exaggerated, saying that you are the best boyfriend and the best date. This is obviously false. You are lustful, a rogue, and conceited. You get up too early every day and disturb my rest. You have a lot of problems. You are far from perfect. Link smiled lightly and stared at Taylor opposite him. Honey, we have known each other for almost 2 years and have been together for more than a year. You should understand me. Although I have some problems, I'm not hopeless, right? Taylor put down the silver spoon and glanced at him. Why do you suddenly talk about this? Link said, I've been too popular recently. If a person is too popular, he will be hated. Some people think that Manhattan wants me, and I'm not a perfect person, so I hope that in the next period of time, if you see negative news about me, don't believe it easily. How about giving me a chance to explain? Taylor stared at his lips, staring at him closely. I'm not a fool. I can tell that the news can be fabricated, and I won't take it seriously. But from your expression, it's obviously not that simple. Didn't you do something bad behind my back? Don't think too much. I'm just saying this as a precaution. You know, the business world is like a battlefield. Sometimes, if I don't knock down the bad things, my opponents can also fabricate some fake news to attack me, just like what MJ experienced. Now that Link Music and I are trad, there are more and more interests involved, and there are many people who want me in Manhattan. I don't know how they will deal with me, but before things come, I need your support first. Link crossed the small round table and shook Taylor's hand and said. Taylor blinked his blue eyes, looked at him quietly for 2 or 3 seconds, and asked with a cold face, is it about you and Evica? No, I really don't have any special relationship with Evica. Taylor frowned, since, in addition to me and Evica, are you still fooling around with another woman outside? No, apart from boxing training, you have been at home all the time. Where did you go to fool around? Link shook his head. Taylor sighed, that's not necessarily true. Last year, I only needed to go out for 2 hours, and you could write a champion single and shoot a MV. Now you go out for an hour every day, to practice boxing 3 or 4 times, and I would believe you have many children with other women. Honey, you told me this a year ago. Link said helplessly. Okay, I promise you, as long as you don't do anything to let me down, I won't care. Those news reports. Taylor withdrew his hand. Chapter 279 Beyonce panics. After receiving the message from Beyonce, Link's daily schedule was disrupted. Originally, after breakfast, he would go for a walk with his cat and read professional books for an hour, but he couldn't calm down because of something in his mind. He called Evica, told her the whole thing, and asked her what countermeasures she had. Scooter has dirt on you? How did you know? Evica asked in confusion. I tipped off the information, so I'm more credible. What dirt? I don't know. Think about the bad things you've done. Do you have any guesses? Evica asked. Link thought about it for a while. What he was most worried about now was the dirt on him and Amy Adams. Amy Adams had just given birth to a child not long ago. If such news came out, the impact would be very bad, but this matter involved Amy Adams' privacy, so he couldn't tell Evica. Thinking about it for so long? How many bad things have you done? Evica asked. Don't talk nonsense. I can't remember what bad things I did. Really? Link, now is a critical moment. We need partners and comrades. You must be honest with me, so that I can find a way to deal with it, and overcome this difficulty. If it is exposed, I will do it. Well, last year, I was drunk in the crew, and had sex with a woman. For the sake of her privacy, I can't tell you her name. Was it rape? Evica asked curiously. Of course not. How could I do that? Is that so? If it's just drunken sex, then entertainment doesn't need to be too nervous. This kind of thing is very common in the circle, and it doesn't matter if it's exposed. It's not that simple. They are hyping my good man persona. At this time, the scandal of my cheating is suddenly exposed, which is bound to affect my image. Genes affect album sales. We must pay attention to it. Okay, I will arrange someone to negotiate with Scooter and find a way to get that thing over. Provided that there is that thing on it. Epica. How are you going to get it? In order to trick me, they used a lot of media resources. From this point of view, this piece of black material should be very big, and they will not easily replace us. What do you think? Link thought about it, and proposed to exchange the copyright of Baby. After participating in the Grammy Awards last time, Graham found him, and said that Baby was a song he wrote in the same batch as Never Say in 2008, and 50% of it was similar, but that song was not suitable for the style of the first album, so he gave up. Later, Link music was poached by a rival, and a production assistant jumped to work for Island Records, which was the producer of Justin's 2 albums. Graham was a production assistant, and brought Baby to Island Records. The copyright of this song has been registered with the American Composers Association. Evica is ready to use this song to deal with the competition of SB Company and to trick SB Company if necessary. Link plans to use Baby to exchange copyrights. In the United States, CID is a very serious problem, and the courts and copyright associations also have severe penalties for this. If Scooter has dirt on Justin, he should not refuse the deal for Justin's future. Exchange copyright. I don't think it's a good idea. If we sue SB Entertainment and Kojima for copyright, we will win 100%. The compensation will not be less than 30 million, which will also deal a serious blow to SB. 30 million sounds like buying an unconfirmed piece of evidence. Do you think it's worth it? Ivica said. 30 million is just the income from one game. I don't care. Besides, as an idol, maintaining a good public image is more valuable than 30 million. Okay, you can promote the album and prepare for the game. I will handle this matter. Finally, Ivica mentioned that he gave a promotion plan 2 days ago. After discussion by the think tanks, it is believed that this promotion plan has a lot of operability and will be very effective in promoting this album. At present, the sales of the third album are stable and the popularity is also very good. There is a high possibility of winning the championship. There is no need for too much hype for the time being. You can wait for 2 or 3 weeks until the popularity decreases and the album sales increase, and then use this plan, but the effect will be better. On the 5th day after the release of The Woman I Love, Link began to hold autograph sessions in various cities across the United States. He used to sign more than 10,000 copies a day, but now only 3,000 copies are signed, which has led to a significant reduction in his workload. In the media, there are more and more news reports about him being a good man and a good boyfriend, saying that he is a man with good morals, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics, with good looks and talents, and that he is particularly strong in some aspects. He is the dream lover of 900 million beautiful girls around the world. This has also led to an increase in his female fans. All the fans queuing for autographs are female fans, ranging from a few years old to a few years old. As soon as he appears, female fans will shout loudly, "Ah, Link. Love spicy dance oil. Link, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Link, look here, I'm here." On TV, when Link appeared at the autograph session in Seattle, thousands of fans screamed loudly, both men and women, with 70% of them being girls, most of whom are in their 20s and 30s. Some girls saw Link coming and immediately lifted their underwear to look for sexy figures. Fuck. This bastard is too popular now. 50 Cent was so angry that he started to curse when he saw many black hotties on TV were also crazy about Link and said they wanted to have children for him. Kanye West and Lil Wayne also looked unhappy. Last March, they were the top stars in the music industry and rap kings. Link was just a rookie who was trampled by them. After being criticized by them at the Grammy Awards, he didn't dare to scold them in person and could only leave sadly. But in a normal year, Link, this bastard, became the top star in the music industry. His new album sold more than 1.3 million copies in 5 days, and he had more and more fans. No matter where he went, he would be fanatically pursued by fans. He was more popular than them. It was so hateful, especially when they thought that this bastard stepped on everyone's faces to rush to the top of the music industry. Kanye and others looked even worse. Don't be angry, this is Scooter's strategy. In a few days, when he reveals Link's dirty laundry, Link will fall from the altar. The more proud he is now, the more embarrassed he will be in a few days. Usher shook his wine glass and laughed. What dirty laundry? Why didn't you reveal it earlier? Link, that bastard, is already proud enough. Lil Wayne asked. Usher shrugged. I haven't seen it, but Scooter assured us that the dirty laundry is heavy and will definitely hit Link's image hard. Now that it's exposed, Link's popularity is already very good. If it's exposed at this time, he will definitely fall hard. It's cool to think about it. Beyoncé leaned on the sofa with her red lips hooked. She was wearing a white suspender skirt with thin straps hanging on her smooth shoulders. She wore a voluptuous silhouette, and under the hem of the skirt were tight coffee-colored skirts as smooth as silk satin, with long legs gently overlapping. Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, Drake and others sometimes pretended to glance casually, and then quickly looked away. With Jay-Z on the scene, they didn't dare to look too presumptuous. Honey, Scooter has his plans. We just need to simply watch the show. Jay-Z said, holding a cigar. Jace, have you seen the black material? If you haven't seen it, and don't know what's in it, how can you guarantee that the black material can hit Link? I also know Scooter, a pure transplant, who is the best in marketing hype and other aspects. Boss J, I think what Beyoncé said makes sense. If it was really important dirt, Scooter could have just released it to ruin Link's reputation without any foreplay. I feel like he's just being mysterious by doing this. Drake looked at Beyoncé and said suddenly. Jay-Z frowned, picked up the phone and called Scooter, asking him when he was going to release Link's dirt. Scooter talked about the plan for tonight. Jay-Z asked again what dirt he was talking about, and if he could reveal a little in advance. Scooter covered the curtains, and said that Link was with other women in the locker room, while he was with Taylor. When Beyoncé heard that it was a video clip of Link and other women messing around in the locker room, her rhythm was suddenly disrupted, her chest trembled slightly, and her breathing became rapid. She bit her lower lip, and couldn't help but think of the day in the Lacquer's locker room when Link pressed her against the closet partition, and then became as crazy as a beast. If the scene at that time was filmed as a video and posted on the internet, it would make everyone think of this. Beyoncé's heartbeat quickened, her face became hot, and her lips were slightly dry. She clamped her knees, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip, facing her reddened cheeks. Video of women messing around in the locker room. Jay-Z hung up the phone and smiled to everyone. Scooter's plan is very good. First hype Link as a good boyfriend, and then release the video of him cheating. The serious conflict between the previous and the next characters will definitely ruin Link's reputation. That sounds great. Haha, I've seen it for a long time. Link, this bastard, is not a good person. Haha, if Link knew that he was messing around in the locker room and was secretly photographed, I don't know what his expression would be. Whatever happens, Link is doomed. The depressed Kanai also laughed excitedly, picked up the wine glass, and asked everyone to have a toast. Beyoncé drank a glass of wine and left the team early on the pretext that she had work to do in the recording studio. When she got to the car, she quickly took out her mobile phone and prepared to call Link. Thinking that he might be busy at this time, she edited a text message and sent it to him. She sat in the car, looked back at the bar, started the car, and decided to go out of the spotlight. Chapter 280 Evika's move. Haha, Jay-Z, don't worry, just wait and watch the fun tonight, 8 PM sharp, YouTube. In the president's office of SB Project Entertainment, Scooter hung up the phone with a smile. If someone else asked, he might not tell them, but Jay-Z was his former boss, a big shot in the rap world, and a partner of the company at this stage, so he still had to give him some face. Scooter thought for a while, and called the head of the publicity department again, asking them to contact the media in advance, contact several more, and after the video was exposed, they must hype it up before the video was deleted. After contacting the media, Scooter leaned back on the sofa, poured a glass of red wine, and resorted out his thoughts to see if there were any loopholes. In the end, he found that the whole plan was 3 weeks in, and everything was ready. He just had to wait until 8 PM to upload the video to the internet, which would set off a huge public opinion storm in America. Link, get ready to give up your position. Scooter sneered at Link in the newspaper. Boss, Evika, the president of Link Music, is here. She said she wants to talk to you about something. Assistant Alex called and said, oh, why is she here? Scooter frowned, feeling bad. He thought that Link Music had heard the noise. Ivica wanted to convince himself not to send the video and let Link go once. Scooter laughed. It was absolutely impossible to let Link go. The mall was like a battlefield. Once you caught the enemy's flaw, you had to fight to death. Being soft on the enemy was asking for trouble. Not to mention that the video was sent by Little Cunis, and he had no right to make a decision. "Boss, do you want to see her?" Alex asked. "Yes. Please let Miss Ivica come in." Scooter straightened his tie and stood up. He had seen Ivica once at a business party. The other party looked the same, surrounded by the owner, standing tall, and ignored people like Little Cunis. Scooter didn't even have the chance to get close to the other party. But this time Ivica personally went to SB Company to find him. Scooter felt very good. He looked at himself in the mirror, tied his tie, and combed his hair. Hearing footsteps outside, he put down his comb and sat up in his office chair. "Haha, Miss Ivica, welcome to SB Company. Please sit down." Scooter stood up from the southwest of the desk, stretched out his hand and smiled warmly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Brown." Ivica nodded slightly, walked into the office with their assistants, and sat down on the sofa in the middle. "Haha, Miss Ivica, I have heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to SB Company as a guest. You are a rare guest. Miss Ivica, what do you want to see me for?" Scooter sat on the sofa opposite and asked with a smile. Ivica said, "Mr. Braun, I learned from Wall Street that SB Entertainment has done well this year and is worth investing in. Today, I'm representing Link Music and plan to acquire SB Entertainment for 10 million. I hope you can consider it. Acquire my company?" Scooter was stunned for a moment, and his mind was a little confused for a while. Today he contacted the media in the office, planning to release Link's exposing video in the evening to plot against Link. At this time Alex told him that Miss Ivica, the president of Link Music, had arrived and said she wanted to talk to him. He subconsciously thought that Ivica was coming for the video and asked him not to release the video. But that was not the case. Ivica wanted to acquire SB Entertainment and only offered 10 million. You should know that SB has recruited more than a dozen signed artists, including pop singer Justin Bieber, famous singer and actor Ludacris, rap king Kanye West, and some contracts of Usher, etc. The market value is not less than 60 million. With the hot sales of Justin's albums and his soaring fame, the market value of this company is also getting higher and higher. But Ivica actually wanted to use 10 million to buy SB. An unquestionable tone. 10 million is weird. Miss Ivica, are you sure you are not kidding? Scooter's face slowly turned cold, his eyes fixed on the beautiful, plump, and elegant woman opposite him. He doubted whether she was the legendary Miss Ivica who was both beautiful and intelligent. Ivica lifted her legs and shook them, then casually placed them on her backpack. She looked at Scooter opposite and said, "Mr. Brown, I'm serious, and you can be serious too." Scooter's eyes twitched, and he held his breath and asked again, "Ms. Ivica, are you sure you want to use 10 million to acquire SB Company, not 10% of SB Company's shares?" "Mr. Brown, you heard it right. Link Music plans to use 10 million to acquire 100% of the shares of SB Projects Entertainment Company and operate SB Company as a subsidiary. This is our acquisition proposal. What do you think?" Ivica waved her finger, and the secretary standing behind her stepped forward, took out a folder, opened it and placed it in front of Scooter. Scooter saw that Ivica had even drafted the acquisition contract, and he was so angry that the blood vessels in the corners of his eyes were throbbing. This woman was too domineering. She threw a super unequal contract at him without even discussing it. Did she think he would sign it? "Ms. Ivica, I have no plans to sell SB Company for the time being. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore." Scooter stood up. Ivica raised the corners of her sexy lips and waved her hands again. The designer took out another folder and placed it on the desk. "Ms. Ivica, don't waste time. No matter what conditions you offer, I will never agree to sell the company to you." Scooter sneered. "Mr. Brown, don't be anxious. Take a look at the documents first. Maybe you will change your mind." Ivica pointed to the folder, her pretty face showing a hint of calmness. Scooter shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. It was rumored that Evika, the president of Link Music, was a beautiful, smart, and business-minded woman, but when he saw her today, she was nothing but beautiful and sexy. It was a miracle that such a person could build Link Music from scratch to its current scale. He picked up the document and took a look. It was a song copyright registration document issued by the American Society of Composers. He didn't care much at first, but the more he read, the paler his face became, his forehead began to sweat, and his brown curly hair became wet. On the document was the registration information of a song called Baby. Judging from the registration information, there were 7 or 8 verses of lyrics and music that were the same as Justin's Baby, and the chorus was almost exactly the same. He looked at the registration time on the side, which was December 18th, 2008. The copyright registration was named in Link Music, and the songwriters were Link Baker and Green Goodall. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Scooter yelled loudly. Ivika crossed her fingers and smiled faintly. The Composers Guild has the files. You can go and have a look to see whether they are real or fake. I'm very busy and have no interest in using fake information to deceive you. Scooter looked at the information on the file with trembling hands. No matter how you look at it, it is true. Someone with Ivika's status would not use fake information to defraud. Was it really the group of composers under his command who plagiarized Link's songs? He suddenly remembered that at the end of last year, the company poached a production assistant from Link Music. Was it his fault? Ms. Ivika, this is absolutely a coincidence. The musicians in our company definitely did not plagiarize Link's songs. I guarantee it. Scooter even explained hurriedly. Ivika nodded slightly and said coldly, it's useless to promise God. This matter is under the jurisdiction of the law. I have evidence, and physical evidence to prove, that you have poached 8 famous musicians from Link Music in the early stage through a series of insufficient competition methods since last year. What's more surprising, is that you also let people steal Link's songs, and make them into albums, and release them openly. Mr. Braun, in your eyes, is the law not important at all? I definitely didn't let anyone lose Link's music library. I swear. Scooter even argued hurriedly. Ivika looked at him quietly, moving her bright and plump lips and said coldly, I have evidence to prove that you participated in these things. What evidence do you have to prove that you didn't participate? Maybe you can explain to the judge and see if the judge believes you. Scooter opened his mouth and his head was buzzing. It was true that he poached people from Link Music. Many people knew about this. He couldn't hide the songs at all. As for the plagiarism of Link, even if he wanted to quibble, it could be proved to be solid and difficult to defend. Miss Ivika, there must be some misunderstanding here. Please give me 3 days to check. I need to know where the problem is planted. Scooter said. At this time tomorrow, Link Music's legal department will formally file a lawsuit with the Real Estate District Court, suing SB Company and musicians Justin Bieber, Ludacris and others. Ivika said this loudly, got up and left with 2 assistants. Scooter stared blankly at Evika's seductive back disappearing at the door, and her body slumped on the sofa. How could this happen? Before, he wanted to use the video to severely pit Link, so that Link's reputation would be ruined, and the album would be unsellable, and then strengthen the promotion of Justin's new album to try to eat up Link's lost contribution. With the help of the album's big sales, Justin would step on Link as a stepping stone to rise to the top. But how could Baby be a copy? Scooter cursed a few times, picked up the phone, and called his assistant Alex, asking him to check the copyright information of Baby, and at the same time, called several people in the production department to ask them to give him an explanation. Chapter 281 It's all a plan. SB Entertainment is located in Amsterdam West Village, a neighborhood with dense art trends and a cultural mecca for the New York public. It gathers all kinds of artists, including painters, artists, actors, writers, etc. The most of them are singers. Since the 1950s, this place has become the birthplace of modern folk songs. In 1965, when Bob Dylan sang rock at the Newport Folk Festival, it became a mecca for rock musicians. Many musicians have performed in bars and nightclubs in the West Village before they became famous. Some were spotted by scouts here and turned from unknown to superstars, including jazz singers Ray Charles, Norah Jones, and Lady Gaga. SB Entertainment put its headquarters here, which also means to make use of local materials. In the past, Scooter's favorite thing to do was to stand in front of the French window after work and enjoy the performances of street musicians downstairs. But today, he just felt that the music of those people was a bit noisy, and he wanted to lie on the window and yell, "Shut up, boss, I'm back." Assistant Alex panted and called for him to go back to the office. "How is it?" Scooter asked hurriedly. Alex took out a document and put it on the desk and told him in a helpless voice that the copyright registration data was real and the similarity between the two versions of Baby was close to 50%. "How could this happen? Ludacris told me before that this was their original work. Why is it suspected of plagiarism? Why?" Scooter asked angrily. Alex didn't know how to explain this matter. This song Baby was sung by Justin and Ludacris. There are 5 songwriters: Justin Bieber, Ludacris, Tricky Stewart, The Dream, and Christina Milian. The main creators are the latter 4. Ludacris is a signed singer of SB Entertainment, and the other 3 musicians also have a cooperative relationship with SB. What is brewing now? Not only a few creators have to bear responsibility, but SB Entertainment has a greater responsibility. According to the current court's precedents on targets, depending on the degree of work targets and the operation situation, the loss of benefits is between 5 and 10 times. The song Baby is not only Justin Bieber's famous work, but also the main single of the album My World 2.0. It has an influence all over the world. SB Company also successfully launched Justin Bieber with this song, earning tens of thousands of dollars, and will earn a lot more in the future. Because of this great influence and high profits, the court also brought high penalties when scoring. What's worse is that Justin just debuted, and his main single was suspected of plagiarism. What will fans think when they know a popular song that topped the top 3 of the singles chart was plagiarized? How will the media criticize Justin and SB Company? If this matter is not handled well, not only will Justin's future be ruined, but SB Company will go bankrupt. Fuck. Scooter suddenly got angry, waving a lawn pole and smashing things in the office, smashing trophies, picture frames, and fish tanks into pieces. "Boss, stop it quickly. It's already happened. It's useless for you to get angry. It's better to calm down and think about countermeasures," Alex comforted. Bang bang bang. Scooter swung his golf club and hit the leather of the sofa where Ivanka had just sat. After a while, Ludacris and his 4 producers walked into the office and saw a wolf wall in the room, just like it had been visited by Black brothers. Several people looked at it with the same surprised expression. "What happened?" Ludacris, wearing a white shirt and a gold chain, dressed like in Fast and Furious, asked Scooter with his thick outline. Scooter had a gloomy face and didn't say anything. "Look at this." Alex handed the copyright registration information of Baby to Ludacris and his friends. Ludacris and his 4 friends read it, and their faces changed drastically. "Impossible. This song was written by us together. How could it be plagiarized? This information is definitely fake," Ludacris exclaimed. Scooter leaned on it with a cold face and said nothing. "Unfortunately, this is true." Alex took out his mobile phone and flipped through the photos. There was a document he took in the copyright agreement archive, which was exactly the same as this photo. There is another demo recording in the archives. I have listened to it repeatedly. The chorus is almost exactly the same as our Baby, Alex said. "How is this possible? I definitely did not plagiarize. Did you refer to this work when you were creating it?" Ludacris looked at the 3 contestants. The 3 of them answered in unison, saying that they definitely did not. Scooter looked up and tracked the 4 people and looked at them again. Seeing that no one took the initiative to admit it, he pondered for a moment. "Besides you 4, are there any other people involved or influenced in your creation?" The 3 Rays denied it. "The only musician named Terrace Nash when we were making this song at the beginning." The production assistant who jumped from Link Music said that the chorus sounded a bit familiar and wanted to hear it somewhere. "What?" Scooter stood up and shouted while holding the desk. "Did he participate in the production?" Terrace thought for a moment. He adjusted the soundtrack of the chorus, and there are some specific tones in it. Fuck. Why didn't you say it earlier? Scooter roared loudly, and the veins on his forehead and neck popped out. He just changed it a little bit, and his contribution to the whole song is less than 1%. We didn't expect it to collide with the song written by Link. It must be a coincidence. Terrace Nash argued. Idiot. This is Evika's trick. She knows we are poaching people from Link Music. For the sake of us, she deliberately put out a sweet bait to lure us into the trap and then introduce us to a song for free. Her purpose is to swallow up my company. It must be like this. It must be like this. This woman Evika is too vicious. Scooter said angrily. Scooter, except for the background music of the chorus, everything else is created by us. We definitely did not plagiarize. What's the use of saying this? The similarity between the two songs is as high as 50%. They registered in 2008. We were there at the end of 2009. The production assistant of Link Music was also in our company and participated in this incident. Creators, after the judges know these circumstances, who do you think they will believe? Scooter's face flushed, and he slammed the table and shouted. Ludacris and the other three were also helpless. There were too many coincidences in this matter, so many that they couldn't explain it clearly. Scooter looked at the four people angrily, and seeing that the four people had nothing to say, he leaned weakly on the sofa, looking at the crystal chandelier above and muttering. This must be Evika's conspiracy. It must be. After she knew that we were in Manhattan Link Music last year, she quickly launched countermeasures and sent a poison pill to our SB Entertainment. After the release of Baby, she said nothing in her heart. When this album sold well, she knew the time was ripe, so she used the copyright of Baby to blackmail us and wanted to force the acquisition of SB. She is so vicious. As long as we poach a few of her people, she wants to swallow us up. Scooter clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth in anger. Boss, do you want to agree to her acquisition? Alex asked. No, of course not. SB is my hard work. I will not sell the company to her, even if I give up Justin Bieber. Scooter said coldly. Then we can only sue Link Music, but considering the time they registered the copyright before, it will be difficult for us to win. Alex spread his hands and said. Scooter also knew this. Evika was born into a wealthy family, and she also had lawsuits in the judicial system, but it was difficult to win. If she lost, not only would she have to pay a large sum of money, but Justin's reputation would also be greatly affected, and even her future would be ruined. All the funds that SB company had invested in him in the past would be lost, and she would suffer heavy losses. If she could not sue and had to solve it privately, the company was destined to be sold to Link Music at a low price and become a subsidiary of Link Music. This was not the result he saw. You guys go down first. I need to think about it carefully. After leaving, Scooter sat in the office, frowning, thinking hard, hoping to find a way out. Ding ding ding. After an unknown amount of time, the desktop phone suddenly rang. Scooter picked it up and saw that it was JZ's call. Jay, what's wrong? Scout, you told me that you would post Link's orgy video online at 8 PM. It's already 8:30 PM. Where is the video? Video? It's already 8 PM. Scout looked at the French window. He didn't know when the sky outside had turned dark. The beautiful neon lights were reflected on the window glass, which was unexpectedly beautiful. He patted his forehead. Sorry, Jace, I was too busy today and forgot about the video. Please wait a moment. I'll post it now. Chapter 280 to delete the video. In Brooklyn, at a black metal music bar, JZ put down the phone and looked at Can I, Lil Wayne, 50 Cent and the others. Don't worry, Scooter said it will be released soon. Okay, we are not in a hurry. Can I and the others shrugged their shoulders, sat back on the sofa, and patiently grabbed the huge 5x7 meter long screen on the stage in the middle of the bar. Next to the screen sat Drake, a computer expert among them. As soon as the video was released, Drake would project the remaining videos of Link on the big screen for the owner to watch. This was a moment that changed the situation of the war, and it was also an exciting moment. They would watch the enemy Link's bedroom with their own eyes. Where's Beyonce? Why didn't she come to such an important occasion? Can I looked at Rihanna. Rihanna was playing with her phone, and sending a message to Katy Perry, inviting her to watch Link's explosive material. When she heard Kanai's question, she said without raising her head, she is not feeling well and is resting at home. What's wrong with her? Where is she feeling unwell? Kanai and the others asked with concern. Ding ling ling. JZ was smoking a cigar when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Scooter calling. Scooter, have you posted the video? What? Not posting it? Why? I need an explanation. JZ was very anxious and questioned in a very unhappy tone. Scooter told him on the phone that he was born accidentally and he still needed this video. He couldn't post it for the time being. He would explain it to him in detail in 2 days and apologize to him repeatedly. JZ was furious when he heard it. He needed the video, not an apology, but Scooter hung up the phone after a few words and he couldn't call him to ask. Jay, what happened? 50-year-old JZ had a dark face. Scooter said he won't post the video tonight. Not posting it? Why? Didn't we agree on it a long time ago? Why did you suddenly change your mind? We have everything ready, and he said he won't post it. How can I explain this to the boys? Can I? Usher and others asked in unison. He suddenly changed his mind. If you want to know the reason, go ask him. JZ threw down his cigar heavily and walked away with an unhappy look on his face. Is that it? 50 Cent looked around. In order to watch Link's unveiling video, they not only prepared a giant screen projection, but also prepared a champagne bottle with spades in 10 minutes, beer, drinks, melon seeds, etc. In addition, there were 100 black brothers in the bar. Everyone was holding the huge projection screen, ready to watch the show. Now the screen was suddenly not released. How could he explain to everyone? 50 Cent, why haven't you played the video yet? Hurry up, we've been waiting for an hour. Dozens of black people said outside. 50 Cent was helpless and asked Drake to play a pornographic film to satisfy everyone's craving. Rihanna saw a group of people gathered together to watch the film, blinked and glared at Drake, got up and left, and sent messages to Katy Perry and Beyoncé, informing them that they had unexpectedly appeared, and Link's revealing video would not be available today. Beyoncé, who was in a private apartment at the train station, received the news and relaxed on the sofa, feeling a little disappointed for some reason. She picked up her phone again to send a message to Link, asking him how he did it. Thinking of a solution, Scooter called Evica the next morning and expressed his willingness to give up 15% of SB Entertainment shares to Link Music for 10 million women. Evica told him in a light voice that it was impossible and asked him to think it over before calling again, and immediately hung up the phone. Scooter was so angry that he cursed. This was too much. Did she think she could beat him? He took a few deep breaths, and after more than 10 minutes, he expressed his willingness to take out 10 million myths to buy the copyright of Baby. Evica told him that it was impossible. Her bottom line was to get 50% of SB shares and 60% of Justin Bieber shares for $1. Otherwise he would see him in court. Wait. Seeing that Evica was about to hang up the phone again, he hurriedly shouted, "Miss Evica, please wait a moment. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. I have a video in my hand, which is a video of Link messing around with other women. If I expose this video, Link's reputation will be ruined. I heard that you have a good relationship with Link, and you don't want to see his reputation damaged, right? How about we make a deal? I'll use this video to exchange the copyright of Baby in your hands." Ivica snorted coldly. "Scooter, I heard that you are a very smart transplant. How can you have such a naive idea? Link can become a boxing champion with his fists. He can become a top star in the music industry with his inexhaustible talent. He is a star and a billionaire. Even if you expose his black material, what does it matter? As long as he can still fight and write good songs, fans will still pay for it. Justin, who is being trained by SB Company, is different. His future will be ruined because of this song, and SB Company must compensate us for all our losses. How do you put the two together? But Link's reputation is ruined, and his album genes are affected, right? This is also a direct economic loss. Do you care too?" Scooter persuaded quickly. "It doesn't matter. You exposed Link's video and his reputation was damaged. He only lost tens of millions at most, which is nothing to Link Music. However, The title song of Justin's new album is suspected of plagiarism, and SB Company used unfair means to compete. Well, this matter is fatal to you. In addition, are you sure that this is a video of Link messing around with other women? If it is true, please post it quickly. I want to see it, too. Ivica said in a light tone. Scooter's eyes were drawn away. Miss Ivica, do you think I dare not? You should have heard that Link and I have a close relationship, but there is a Taylor between us, and Taylor is a stingy woman. If she sees Link cheating on her, she will definitely break up with him, so the trauma between Link and me will not exist. So if you have that kind of video, please make it public quickly. When we discuss SB's compensation to our company in court in the future, I will reduce your compensation by 5 million. What do you think? Scooter was stunned for a long time when he heard her words. At first, he thought she was bluffing, but then he felt that it made sense. He had also heard about the scandal between Link and Ivica. If it was true, releasing this video would really help Ivica. She really didn't seem to care. Scooter covered his forehead, feeling that this woman was too difficult to deal with. If he continued to talk, he was afraid that he would not be able to make her back down. Miss Ivica, I will give you another 20% of SB shares at most. Scooter said helplessly. I gave you a contract yesterday. Turn to page 14, article 22. Ivica Scoot didn't understand what she meant. He searched in the terrible office and found the forgotten thing in the folder on the coffee table. According to article 22 on page 14 mentioned by Ivica, he was suddenly stunned. He saw that it said that after the transaction was completed, SB Project Company needed to hand over all data that was unfavorable to Link and could not continue to target Link. Did you know that I had Link's popular video in my hand? Yesterday I gave you 1 day. There are still 3 hours before the termination date. If I don't get the response I want after 3 hours, Link Music's legal department will formally file a lawsuit against SB Company, Justin, Ludacris and others in the name of the target. It's up to you to choose whether it's war or cooperation. After saying that, Ivica hung up the phone directly. Scoot heard the busy tone in the microphone and leaned forward weakly. He had only told a few partners about Link's video, but Ivica was eager to know the existence of the video, which meant that there were spies around him, or someone among the partners had informed Ivica. It was terrible. In addition to arranging the poison pill plan in advance, she also planted spies around him and controlled his every move. It was not a good thing to confront such a woman. Scooter pinched his eyebrows and racked his brains to think about it, but he couldn't figure out a way to break the deadlock. What should he do? Should he give Link Music more shares and cooperate with Link Music, or fight with Link Music? No matter which choice he made, SB Company would suffer a heavy blow. Ding ling ling. The phone rang, and the caller ID showed Little Cunis. After the middle call, Little Cunis said that Link had been hyped as the most perfect in the world. Scooter sighed softly. In order to train Link into a good man, he invested millions of his image and used his and Little Cunis's connections to prepare for a conspiracy against Link. But now he is holding the handle in Ivica's hand, and he can't send that video to stimulate her. The promotion he did this time really became to help Link train his personality. This is too hateful. He suppressed his anger and explained Ivica's poison pill plan in the middle, asking Little Cunis if there is any way to persuade Ivica to give up arresting SB and Justin. Baby is a plagiarism of Link's song? Is it used by Ivica to frame you? Little Cunis asked in surprise. I hope so. Scooter said helplessly. Ryan, I heard that you have a good relationship with the TP family. Can you convince her to give up pursuing the responsibility of SB? No. Since the success of Link Music, Ivica has become more independent. She doesn't even listen to her father's words, and I can't persuade her. Little Cunis said. What should we do? If we don't agree, she will sue us. We will definitely lose and have to pay tens of millions in compensation. Justin's reputation chromosomes will be destroyed in the lawsuit. In order to train him, I should invest tens of millions. I can see that it will be ruined at this time for the sake of making money. It's a pity to destroy it at this time. You mean to give up targeting Link and choose to cooperate with him? Little Cunis' voice turned cold. Scooter said, Ryan, I foresee that Link is a creative genius. He can make Justin famous by writing a random song. let Link Music become a shareholder of SB Company. The cooperation between the two parties to cultivate Justin is beneficial to the development of SB Company. The market value of Link Music can be derived from this, Little Kunis said with gritted teeth. Ryan, I don't want to do this either, but I have the handle in Evika's hands. Evika has now swallowed up SB Company. It's not the video in my hand, she said. Scooter repeated what Eva said, that posting the video is equivalent to her and Link. On the phone card site, Little Kunis was silent for a long time. Forget it. Don't post that video. Don't post it. You spent £1 million to buy it. If it is not exposed, it will be wasted. My idea is to reconcile with Link Music on the surface, and then quietly send the video to JZ, Kanai and others, and let them release it. Delete the video, and we will find another way to acquire the Link Music. Little Kunis hung up the phone. In the bright office, Scooter pulled the corner of his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. In this matter, the most difficult person to deal with is Little Kunis. Cooperating with Link Music will offend Little Kunis, and they cannot cooperate. And Ivika's words gave him a good solution. Little Kunis likes Ivika and has plans for her and Link Music. Naturally, he doesn't want to see Link and Ivika together. And the best way to prevent each other from being together is to let Link and Taylor go on for a long time and don't give Link and Ivika a chance. Little Kunis also thought of this and asked him to delete the video. Love really can make people blind. Scooter shook his head and suddenly he thought of the woman with beautiful looks and hot body. Evika suddenly mentioned her relationship with Link. Didn't she guess the connection between him and Little Kunis a long time ago and deliberately said that kind of words, using his mouth to pass the message to Little Kunis, asking Little Kunis to stop. If this is true, that woman Evika is too terrible. In the future, when she cooperates, he must be careful, otherwise he will be cheated by her at any time. After a moment of silence, he called Ivika again and expressed his willingness to cooperate. Chapter 283 Video Content Decryption. On March 29th, Link Music announced the first week sales of Link's third album The Woman I Love in the United States on its Twitter account 1.747 million copies. It became the 15th album in the history of European and American music to sell more than 1 million copies in the first week, and Link also became the 12th singer in music history to achieve platinum weekly sales. Billboard updated the highest weekly sales record this week. The first place is the third album No Strings Attached released by the 2000 group NiceInc, with first week sales of 2.41 million copies. The second place is the fourth album Celebrity released by NiceInc in 2001, with first week sales of 1.88 million copies. The third place is Eminem's third album The Marshall Mathers LP released in 2000, with first week sales of 1.76 million copies. The fourth place is Link's third album The Woman I Love released in March 2010, with first week sales of 1.74 million copies. The fifth place is the fourth album Black and Blue released by the Backstreet Boys in 2000, with first week sales of 1.591 million copies. The sixth place is Eminem's fourth album The Eminem Show released in 2002, with first week sales of 1.322 million copies. The seventh place is Britney Spears' second album Oops, I Did It Again released in 2000, with first week sales of 1.32 million copies. The rest are Whitney Houston, who is a singer whose first week sales of classic music albums exceeded 1 million copies. There is also the Beatles album One released in 2000, country music king Garth Brooks' Double Live, and Limp Bizkit's Chocolate Starfish and the Hot Dog Flavored Water. Jazz star Norah Jones's Feels Like Home, Usher's Confessions, 50 Cent's The Massacre, and Lil Wayne's Thakata Third. This is a very good album, and Link is one of the most powerful music stars of the new generation. In the recommended article on the homepage of the new issue of Billboard, editor-in-chief Stephen Knopf praised Link's album. He said that this album is the best love album in the European and American music scene in recent years, and the 18 exquisite songs of the past decade also make this album valuable. He also praised Link's great improvement in singing. The songs he performed were full of emotion, and the style of the album was more mature than the second album. He believed that he had taken a big step on the road of music. Seeing these professional evaluations, Link felt a little happy. On the one hand, his singing skills were recognized by professionals, and his ability to perform songs continued to make great breakthroughs in practice, which was worth celebrating. On the other hand, his semi-original work Rose was also considered a good song, which was the most gratifying thing, indicating that he was no longer a sourceless water in music creation. The Woman I Love sold 1.74 million copies in the first week of its release, and it was undoubtedly ranked on the Billboard Top 200 album chart. The second place is Justin Bieber's My World 2.0, which sold 153,000 copies nationwide in the fourth week and a total of 1.02 million copies. He is also a music idol draw. He sold 1 million copies in the first month at the age of 16. The third place is The Goddess of the Antebellum Need You Now, which sold 97,000 copies in the 14th week and a total of 2.02 million copies. It is also the first record this year to exceed 2 million sales. The fourth place is Wiz Khalifa's Deal or No Deal, which sold 89,000 copies in the fifth week and a total of 718,000 copies in the United States. The chance of breaking the million sales for the whole year is very high. On the singles chart, Here With You is temporarily ranked first on the singles chart. Girls Like You, Everything You Need, Someone You Loved, Stay With Me, and The Woman I Love are ranked 2nd, 4th, 6th, 9th and 10th respectively. Legends Never Die was pulled off the chart by Here With You after maintaining the championship for 6 consecutive weeks and ranked 3rd on the singles chart this week. Link also became the first singer to have 7 songs in the top 10 of the singles chart at the same time, almost tying the record of the Beatles in 1964 that took the top 5. In this album, 16 songs entered the top 100 of the singles chart, surpassing the record of 14 songs in the top 100 set by the Beatles in 1964. Including The Legend Never Dies, he has 17 songs in the top 100, which also caused a sensation. In the past, fans and the media said that the 18 songs in this album were all masterpieces, and one album was worth 10 albums. Many people thought that this was an exaggeration. After the singles chart was announced, 16 songs from this album entered the top, which also proved that the previous hype was not exaggerated. In addition, the songs in the album also set new records on the streaming charts, radio on demand charts, digital music download charts and other charts. Link doesn't care much about these records. Records are meant to be broken. As more and more people buy digital albums, distribution companies pay more attention to marketing when selling records, and it will be easier to break records in the future. Weekly sales chart. Adele's album 25 sold 3.37 million copies in the first week, and there is also the singles chart top 100, and 10 songs will occupy the top 10 in the future. But it is said that it will be difficult for him to break the record of 17 songs entering the top 100 in the same period, because no one will put 18 songs in an album, and they are all good songs. In addition, his album is priced at 29.5 yuan per copy, which is almost twice the price of other singers. Such a high price and the achievement of selling 1.74 million copies in the first week also triggered heated discussions in the public opinion. All kinds of flattering words were attached to him, such as Pop King, Male God, Superman, Golden Boy, and Music Overlord. Just a minute ago, seeing these exaggerated praises, he would be very stressed and worried about being praised. Just now, his worries were lifted. Eva cackled and told him a good news, that she got the video. Scooter of SB Project Company also plans to cooperate with Link Music and is currently discussing. According to Evica, Link Music can get 25% of SB Project Company's shares and 45% of Justin Bieber's contract with the copyright of Baby, but she wants more. Eva, you are amazing. I just asked you to exchange the copyright for the video. Not only did you get the video, but you also got tens of millions of shares from Scooter. It's amazing. You are amazing. Link praised generously. Don't praise me. I said it before. I'm the manager of the company. It is my job to make the company grow and develop. Your job is to write songs and sing with peace of mind. You don't need to worry about other things. So if you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, just tell me, and I will solve everything. Evica's voice was calm, and not like an image, but Link could still hear some pride in her voice. Yes, you are indeed an amazing collaborator. Not only are you outstanding in appearance, but you also have a smart brain. Do you remember what I said to you when we first met? I said you are a thoughtful and intelligent woman. I'm too accurate in judging people. Link praised. Ivica snorted softly on the phone. Stop flattering me. Guess where I'm now? Fuck. Work. I'm watching your pornographic video. Link felt a little embarrassed. What's the content? Who is the heroine? Don't you know who the heroine is? Goo said that you have had sex with many women in the locker room, and you're not even sure who it is. Ivica questioned. No. Is it? Beyonce? Beyonce? There was a clanging sound on the phone, as if Ivica had knocked over something. After a while, she said nervously in surprise, Beyonce? When were you with Beyonce? You dare to have sex with her, a married woman? Link curled the corner of his mouth, thinking that it was a bad idea. The woman in the video was not Beyonce, and he shouldn't have confessed so early. He said helplessly, it was the last Grammy Awards. I was changing clothes after my performance. She took the initiative to walk into the dressing room. I refused her, and she said I was racist. You are such a jerk. No wonder you were so nervous before. It turned out that you were worried that people would say you were messing around with a married woman and the wife of your opponent JZ. You are such an incredible jerk. Ivica cursed him on the head. Link had no choice but to accept it. Eva, it's my fault. Don't keep me in suspense. Except for Beyonce, I don't remember fooling around in the dressing room. Emma Watson, did you forget London last September? Ivica snorted. Emma Watson? Impossible. After I finished the competition, she came in to congratulate me. We only kissed and hugged for a while. Harry Potter, Golden Retriever on, and Coach Brooks were also in the dressing room at that time. How could I mess around with Emma in front of them? Are you sure? This video is more than 30 minutes long. It should be someone hiding in the closet to secretly shoot it. It doesn't look very clear. The first part is similar to what you described. Emma Watson jumped into your arms when she saw you, and everyone came to kiss you. What a coincidence. Emma Watson looked quite innocent, but she turned out to be so coquettish. You kissed and talked at the same time, and then you entered the dressing room together and messed around behind the curtain. Although you looked like a lion, you could tell from the shadow that you were messing around. It's fake. I went out for an interview right after I changed my clothes. I was in the dressing room for no more than 10 minutes. Look carefully to see if there are any signs of editing. After watching the film, Ivica told him after the 3rd minute that there were indeed signs of editing. It should be that someone found actors based on the content of the first half and filmed the second half in that dressing room and edited it into a complete video, probably for the purpose of defrauding money. I was nervous for a few days, but it turned out to be a fake video. Little Kunis is such a fool. He spent £1 million to buy a fake video and didn't even know he was being cheated. Ivica laughed. It was a close call. Humph. It was a close call this time, but it may not be the case next time. Can you go to a hotel to get a room next time you mess around? Is it exciting in the locker room? I know. There won't be a next time. You don't have to promise me anything. I'm not your girlfriend. Ivica snorted and hung up the phone. Link touched his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried for several days, but it was a known goal in the end. However, the British paparazzi are really crazy. Just like rats, they can get in anywhere. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. The crisis is temporarily resolved. After solving the video, the sword of Damocles hanging over his head was lifted. Link no longer had to worry about the headroom. He relaxed and even ran an extra 5 kilometers in the morning. You look very happy. During breakfast, Tema spread the bread with fruit syrup and glanced at him with a blink of his eyes, as if he wanted to see through him. 1.74 million copies sold in the first week, the top 4 in history. Such a great result. Shouldn't I be happy? Link smiled softly. Should. Taylor nodded slightly and licked the blueberry jam on his white and tender fingers. A few days ago, you said that you would see someone suspected of defrauding you and ask me to be mentally prepared. How come there is no news now? It's solved. At the beginning of the year, East Coast Singing and SB Entertainment are going to compete with each other to see who has the highest album sales. I'm worried that, if I can't beat them, they will use other methods to deal with me, so I have to be careful. But now SB Entertainment knows that it is cheaper, so it is ready to join forces with Link Music. One makes music and the other does marketing. The two strong teams will join forces. When SB Entertainment becomes a partner, I don't need to worry so much anymore. Link handed Taylor small pieces of grilled meat with lemon juice. Taylor only took one piece and looked at him with the fork. Entertainment? You mean Link Music and SB have joined forces? Link Music is the most successful independent label in the current music scene, and SB Entertainment is one of the best companies in marketing. If you join forces, do other singers still have a chance to survive? It's not that exaggerated. Compared with the big five, it's easy to see that these two companies are just small ants. Even if we join forces, we certainly can't compare with the big five records, or even the sub-brands named after them. Doing so is just an alliance of the weak, which increases our comparison in the entertainment industry. Link shrugged. Taylor propped up his chin and looked at him. You've been promoting the album and preparing for the boxing match during this period, and you have no time to ask about the company's affairs. So the troubles that have been solved and the cooperation with SB Entertainment were all done by Eva Cap. Yes, not only her, but several executives in the company are also doing these things. She's really capable. Taylor examined her thin lips and said meaningfully, you are also very capable. Evaka has some talent in business, and you are a musical genius. You will become more and more powerful in the future. Link commented. I'm really evaluating her, not her. Link smiled lightly and wiped off the fruit pulp on the corner of her lips with a tissue. Her collagen-rich face was smooth, tender, and elastic. After breakfast, he followed his usual afternoon habits, taking a walk, walking the cat and reading. At noon, he visited the beach boxing arena for training. When he returned home, he had a party. He and Taylor invited all relatives, friends, and colleagues in Los Angeles. Hundreds of people were on the lawn of the villa, chatting with each other and listening to music to celebrate the sale of his new album. Time came to April. On April 2nd, Link came to the team with the boxing team and participated in a boxing match at the Hard Rock Stadium. His opponent was Roy Jones Jr. Roy Jones Jr. was once a superstar in the boxing world. At his peak, he reached 4 levels: middleweight, super middleweight, light heavyweight and heavyweight. He reached the touch of world boxing champions in these 4 levels. Height, known as the Boxing King, Miami boxing champion. Now he is old. Unfortunately, he is 41 years old this year and has reached the peak of an athlete. Although he is still technically capable, his strength and speed are excellent. In the match with him, Link took 3 rounds and knocked him down 4 times. The last time he hit him in the forehead with a heavy punch, causing him to fall to the ground for 10 seconds and unable to get up, and successfully won the game. Roy Jones Jr. is a popular boxing star and a basketball star. The game attracted 87,000 spectators in Miami to watch, and the number of young people was not much less than the Super Bowl in early February. The live broadcast of the game also sold 1.32 million pieces, creating 99 million equivalent to the total PPV revenue. Other peripheral and advertising revenues also exceeded 30 million. Afterwards, according to the review, he won more than 48 million in game bonuses, and Roy Jones Jr. earned more than 32 million. His professional record reached 16 wins and 16 KO finals in 16 fights, and all of them were finals within 3 rounds. The match brought him fame and fortune, but some media said that he was able to beat Roy Jones Jr. because the opponent was old, and that he had a habit of bullying older boxers, from Tyson to Roy Jones. Some people even called him the old boxer Terminator in a joking tone. Link didn't care about these people's ridicule. His purpose of practicing boxing was very simple. On the one hand, boxing makes him stronger, healthier, and live longer. On the one hand, make money and become a rich man, and by the way promote boxing and expand the boxing market. In the anti-epidemic competition, he fought Roy Jones Jr. with pure technology. After his boxing technology took the upper hand, he finally figured out Roy Jones Jr.'s way and ended the game with a heavy punch. He thought it was a wonderful game, so he didn't have to worry about being criticized. Link, we can see from the news that you have completed everything in recent months. Your schedule is full. In addition to training boxing, filming movies, and holding autograph sessions in various places, you are like a model worker. Let's compare. What is curious is, in such a journey, why can you still maintain such a strong fighting power and perfect competition status? After the game, Simmons, a reporter from the Herald and an old acquaintance, asked in an interview. Link sat on a rattan chair, took a sip of water and said, I think a boxer's fighting power and competition status are related to daily training. If you practice boxing every day, your qualities will improve. If you don't practice boxing, you will regress. Although I have a lot of work recently, I have never missed 1 hour of fitness and 2 hours of boxing training every day. When you are promoting your album outside, do you also take time to train boxing? Then can you handle it every day? Simmons asked with doubt. Yes, this is due to my regular work and rest schedule. Before going to bed at 9 o'clock and getting up at 5 o'clock, I wash, eat breakfast, read the newspaper, do a 10-kilometer morning run, do half an hour of fitness, and do 2 or 3 boxing training. These things are tasks that must be performed every day. No matter how busy I am, I must complete them. So whether it is filming or promoting an album, it will not affect my training. Link said. Simmons nodded, drew a few strokes on the notebook, and smiled. Link, the last time I interviewed you was on Miami Beach. At that time, you were the Olympic champion and the WBA World Boxing Champion. Now you have become a Super World Boxing Champion. King, movie star, super popular singer. It can be said that you are a superstar beyond the two worlds of literature and sports. How does it feel to be a superstar? Link smiled. Very cool. Being a boxing champion is cool. Being a movie actor is cool. Being a singer is cool. 3 times cool. That's super cool. Simmons laughed. I heard that being a star also has a lot of troubles, such as paparazzi and enthusiastic fans. Does this have any impact on your life? Yes, it has a huge impact. I used to be an unknown soldier. No one recognized me on the street, but now I'm recognized only by the public, and those entertainment reporters are also chasing me. It feels like I have become a gemstone, affecting the people around me all the time. This makes me pay more attention to my words and deeds, and strive not to do things that disappoint my fans. Link said while piercing his ears. While he was being interviewed by Simmons, Anna suddenly came over in a hurry, with a serious expression, as if something bad had happened. Chapter 285 Private video leaked. It was early spring, the sun was warm, the air was fresh, the mulberry trees and sycamores on the street had changed into fresh green leaves in the morning, and the flowers and willows in the Greenwich Park next door were more pleasing to the eye than the neon lights at night. Scooter, carrying his work bag, stood on the street and listened to a street singer singing Girls Like You. In terms of singing skills and performance ability, this singer was not much inferior to Link, but so what? After all, he was Link, a billionaire, world boxing champion, one of the fastest earners on the planet, and one of the most handsome men in the world. This song was his, and after he released it, he added his halo, just like the underwear worn by Marilyn Monroe, the same material and design. The price and popularity would double. Because of this, promotion and marketing in the entertainment industry will become more and more important. For those underground singers who only know how to practice skills and don't know how to market themselves, Scooter can only regret that you can rely entirely on fate. Arriving at SB Entertainment, Scooter found that the company's employees were drinking coffee and chatting, looking like they were not working. This made him very unhappy. The cooperation intention between SB Entertainment and Link Music has been completed. The next step is that Link will become a major shareholder of SB Company and will send people to the company to work. If that woman ever sees the company like this, she might take the opportunity to cut him again. Before he could speak, his assistant Alex came over and told him that the company's network system had attacked our network system, causing the work system to be paralyzed, and it is currently being resolved. Hackers? Did they invade the company's system? Scooter frowned and asked. I don't know the reason yet. Go check the music library. Maybe someone wants to use this method to lose our songs. Scooter said hurriedly. "Boss, the music library is external and has a firewall, so there is no need to worry," Alex said. Scooter had a slight worry. Although the internet has brought obvious convenience to work, there are also many troubles. He told Alex that in the future, when releasing works created by musicians, they must file them in advance, and all completed works must be registered. They cannot plagiarize other people's works, nor can they be plagiarized by others. While talking, the network engineer hired by the company told them that the system had been repaired and the network viruses had been cleaned up. He also suggested that they watch less educational videos on the company's computers, because that kind of thing carries more viruses than a dead mouse. Scooter thought that no one in the company watched the video, but the network engineer left with the tools after he finished speaking. Back in the office, Scooter turned on the computer and suddenly remembered that there was an educational video on the computer. He was delighted again, and then clicked to delete it. On April 2nd, the 10th day after the release of The Woman I Love, the national population exceeded 2 million copies, and the cumulative number reached 2.008 million copies, becoming the second record in 2010 to achieve double platinum sales. It is also the album that has achieved double platinum sales in the shortest time in the past 8 years. On the same day, Link crushed the Fist world star Roy Jones Jr. at the Hard Rock in Miami, adding another victory to his career. Link Studio, Link Music and Dynasty Promotion all posted tweets on Twitter, congratulating Link on his double happiness. His boxing and music fans were also super excited, and they all gathered on Link's fan club website to celebrate, posting many beautiful pictures of Link and competition videos, as well as many photos with Link. According to statistics from the club website administrator, more than 80 users logged in to visit within one day, and Link's fan website has become the most visited fan website at present. At 5 PM on the same day, a video titled Real, Link and Emma Watson's highest sex tape was posted on YouTube. Since Link is one of the most popular celebrities in the United States, Emma Watson has become a global celebrity with the Harry Potter movie and has achieved extremely high popularity in China and around the world. After this video was released, it was like an atomic bomb. Boom. It caused a huge shock on the internet. In just 3 hours, it was viewed by more than 120 million people and downloaded 3.5 million times, causing YouTube system failure and users unable to log in successfully. According to the investigation of YouTube's data department afterwards, before the video was deleted due to the target, the global viewing volume reached 552 million times in 13 hours and 25 minutes, becoming the fastest video to break 500 million views since the YouTube special topic, and the paid download volume reached 13.34 million times, becoming the first video to be downloaded more than 10 million times. Although the original video on YouTube was deleted, many large news social networking sites including Yahoo, Pornhub, MySpace, Facebook, Tumblr, Twitter, the official website of the New York Post, the official website of the Los Angeles Times, the official website of the Hollywood Reporter, the Link Fan Club, the Harry Potter Fan Club, etc. have all published related videos and links, and there are countless on small websites. Many website staff said, it is impossible to delete them all. This video is 32 minutes and 46 seconds long. The shooting angle is in the locker room closet. At the beginning, the video camera was a little shaky. After Link came in from the door, the camera became stable again. The first 2 minutes are Link's conversation with Brooks, coach and assistant Simon. Link asked Simon how his opponent Carl French was. Simon said he was awake, and it was nothing serious. Coach Brooks asked him if he was a little weak at the beginning, and if he was tempting Carl French to attack. Link said that Carl French played very fiercely, and the audience liked to watch it. He couldn't bear to advance. Franco smiled and asked him if he could finish the game in 10 seconds, if he tried his best. Before Link could answer, Emma Watson rushed in from outside, regardless of the people around, and threw herself into his arms, hugged his neck, and kissed him passionately. Wow. The audience couldn't help but scream when they were here. One stared with wide eyes and watched the wonderful performance of their super popular star attentively. In the video, Link didn't push Emma Watson away. He needed her buttocks and kissed her for dozens of seconds. He also partially reached into her t-shirt and touched her up and down. Wow. So exciting. Link must be a kissing master. Katy Perry covered her red lips and exclaimed. Rihanna looked at Emma Watson with a flushed face and nodded to indicate the middle. Is this the Link video you mentioned last time? Why didn't you post it a few days ago? Why did you post it now? Katy Perry asked. I don't know. I heard from Usher and Kanai that Scooter has Link's video. He said he would post it a few days ago, but he didn't. I don't know why he posted it today. This is the first time I've seen it. Rihanna shrugged and said, maybe Link's album sales are very high now, and they want to hit him in a way. Link will probably be very distressed these 2 days. Katy Perry blinked, took out her phone, and sent a message to Link, asking him not to care about the comments on the internet. No matter what, she will support him. What is this? Mindless admiration. Rihanna looked at her with contempt. It's none of your business. Katy Perry rolled her eyes at her and continued to watch the video. The foreplay was over. Link put Emma down, said something to her softly, and then walked into the dressing room. Just at the width, the camera suddenly turned sideways, and the shooter raised the camera a little, moved towards the dressing room, and stopped at the corner. The camera lens is behind the curtain of the dressing room. Through the beam of light, 2 figures can be seen entangled. The bell plot lasted for more than 20 minutes. When there was no sound behind the curtain, the shooter immediately left the dressing room and hid in the closet again. The video ended. Too fierce. I thought everything Amber said was a lie, but now it seems to be true. Katy Perry blinked her long eyelashes, grabbed the black screen, and her knees were tightly together, and her plump buttocks twisted. Do you want to watch it again? Rihanna bit her finger. Okay. Katy Perry clicked repeat play. At this time, in addition to them, many people were watching this video. It turned out to be Emma Watson. Beyonce saw Emma Watson on the screen and completely relaxed. She put her arms on her plump buttocks and watched different videos sideways. This bastard. Beyonce bit her plump lower lip and complained. TSK, he actually messed around in the locker room. Link is definitely depraved. In the boxing gym, Mario grinned and laughed strangely. Link is going to be in the limelight again. He is already popular enough. If I hadn't filmed a video in the locker room, it might have caught fire. Mario said with a squint. Dino thought about it. After this video was exposed, locker room and messing around became hot topics. At this time, if a video of Link's fellow boxer Mario messing around in the locker room was exposed, it might indeed catch fire. But Coach West would probably be furious after seeing it. In addition, Mario is not Link, he is not famous, and he looks average. Even if he posts such a video, it will not attract much attention, and it will ruin his good public image. It is not worth it. Chris, last time you said that Link likes front view, but this time they are standing. Emma Roberts lay on the bed with a laptop in front of her, hooking her left white calf and shaking it. Standing is also front view. Kristen Stewart headphones ranking. Link is really strong. Do you think he can hold me up? Emma Roberts supported her little face with expression. Can I pick you up, too? Do you want to practice? Kristen said, hugging Emma's slender waist. Stop it. Emma pushed Kristen away, but Kristen insisted on hugging her, and the two started playing on the bed. What are you looking at? While they were playing, Julia Roberts asked from outside. Nothing. He quickly blocked the computer, but the headphone jack was accidentally pulled out, and the speaker in the laptop computer made a high-pitched sound. Scooter. Damn it, I said to delete this video. Why did you post it online again? In the president's office of SB Entertainment, Scooter received a call from Little Cunis. He touched his forehead and said helplessly, Ryan, it was not posted by me. I have planned to cooperate with Link Music and will be responsible for Link's album marketing in the future. He is my god of wealth. How could I post his black material? If it's not you, who would it be? I only sent the video to you. Who did you show your video to? Epica. Scooter pinched his eyebrows and said, it shouldn't be her. If she wanted to do so, she wouldn't do it at this time. By the way, my company's network system was attacked by hackers, and it was not restored to normal until this morning. I wonder if a hacker stole the video from me. What? Such an important video. Did you put it directly on the computer? I didn't expect hackers to attack our company's network. It's such a coincidence. Scooter said self-blamingly, and suddenly he remembered something. Ryan, don't worry about what I said. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. This video is fake. Only the first 3 minutes and 35 seconds are real. The last 29 minutes are fake. It is a spliced video. What? Little Cunis screamed. This is real. I sent the video to Ivica 2 days ago. After she watched it, she said it was fake. I watched it carefully and there were indeed traces of editing. There were some differences in the light and environment. It was obviously a spliced video. Damn it, I was fooled. That bastard cheated me of £1 million. Little Cunis cursed angrily. Scooter was also very upset. Because it was a fake video. Ivica said it was commercial bribery during the negotiation. He was forced to take 3% more shares from him. His loss was greater than that of Little Cunis. Little Cunis continued to curse on the phone. After the fake video is released, it will inevitably affect the relationship between Link and Taylor, and it may also lead to Link and Ivica getting together. The suspected fraud of the video will not have a serious impact on Link. From this point of view, he is the biggest victim of this education incident. Love makes people blind. Scooter shook the report and hurriedly comforted Little Cunis, asking him to trace it according to the account in the stock market. Maybe he can get back the £1 million. Otherwise he will lose both money and people, and the loss will be greater. After dealing with Little Cunis, Scooter had no time to catch his breath, and the phone appeared again, and the caller ID was EV aka *****. He is the president of SB Entertainment Company and occasionally works as a part-time scout. When he meets someone with potential, he will mark the other party's contact information with an asterisk according to the other party's situation, indicating that this person needs to be paid special attention to. 3* means that it must be treated with caution and is actually a dangerous person. Ivica is the only 3-star in the closet. At this time, the video just broke out and Ivica called. She must have thought that the video was sent by him. Scooter sighed helplessly and said on the phone, Miss Ivica, I swear to God, I didn't post that video. Who else did you give this video to? No, after Ryan sent the video to me, I only gave it to you. But, Scooter also talked about the hacker attack on the company's network, which caused the company's system to be paralyzed. He suspected that the video was stolen by hackers and posted on the internet. Who has that video, and who knows that you put it on the office computer? Ivica said in a light voice. JZ, Usher, Can I and others all know that I was going to post the video a few days ago and also informed them. There should be many people who know that I have the video, but they should not know where I put the video. The incident has already happened. Let's not rush to find out who is responsible. The most urgent thing is how to settle this matter. I heard that you are a gold medal promoter and are good at promotion, marketing and publicity. I plan to decrypt this crisis public relations and you will be responsible for it. How about it? Let me be responsible? Scooter said in surprise. Every time we do crisis public relations, Link and I will consider you taking charge of some of the relationships. Okay, I'm willing to accept this commission. I'll wait for your good news. Ivica said goodbye and hung up the phone. Scooter held the phone, was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly clenched his fist and waved it vigorously. After receiving the call, he thought that Ivica was going to make trouble for him before, but it turned out not to be, but a big deal. Yes. Just now Ivica said that, if he could handle this matter well, he could take over some of Link's duties for him, which means inviting him to join Link's agent team and become Link's agent for related work. Although he is a multi-millionaire and the president of SB Entertainment, in fact, what he does is at the pinnacle of agents. He is responsible for the marketing and promotion of several signed artists under him, Kanye West, Ludacris, Usher, and newcomer Justin Bieber. Help them sell albums, help them take advertisements and other activities. In this way, the agent commission is extracted from the artist commission. For famous artists like Ye and Usher, the commission he can get is not much, less than 10%. For Justin Bieber, who was promoted by him, the commission will be higher, 70% for 3 ships, 70% for the company and 30% for the artist. Although he can make a lot of money from Justin, compared with Link, Justin is just a small beast. Since he knew Link, Kurt thought he was the most unique existence in the entertainment industry. Olympic champion, super world boxing champion, swimming star, popular movie star, creative genius, pop music king, billionaire, the most handsome man in the world. Lightning halo, the same one, are the goals that many people pursue, but cannot achieve in their lifetime. According to this strength, as long as he does not kill or set fire, he will have a great chance to become a figure like the king of music MJ in the future, or even have a greater influence than MJ. Cooperating with this person and becoming his agent, the money he can make in the future will definitely be more than what he can make through SB Entertainment. For example, MJ's agent Frank DeLeo, Raymond Bain and others have become billionaires by being responsible for MJ's labor work. This is also the reason why he couldn't help laughing after receiving Ivica's commission. In addition, the pornographic video incident that Link encountered is also difficult to solve because it is a fake video. After making a public clarification, the impact of the crime will gradually disappear. With the help of this pornographic video, more people will know Link, which can also enhance his popularity and stardom. In contrast, he is still ambiguous with other women under the premise of having a girlfriend, which is nothing. This kind of thing is too common in the entertainment industry. He just made a mistake that all men make, just like President Patton. Men will understand him and his current self, thinking that celebrities are just like ordinary people and can't control their lower body. Women may criticize him a few times, but in their hearts they wish they could become Emma Watson and be held in his arms. The overall impact will not be very cumbersome. This also makes his work not difficult to do. In order to do this job well and satisfy Link and Ivica, Scooter decided to work overtime today and rush out a Link peach color continuous incident crisis public relations response plan overnight. It was around 5 in the afternoon and assistant Alex was getting ready to leave work. He saw that the light in Scooter's office was still on and was about to knock on the door to remind him to leave work. When he arrived, he heard a burst of hairy laughter from inside the room. Alex felt a chill down his spine. A few days ago, Scooter often yelled in the office, like a madman, and now he was hiding in the office and laughing, as if he was stealing butter. It felt very abnormal. He was about to turn around and leave when he heard Scooter shout, "Alex, come in, I have an important job for you." Alex had no choice but to bite the bullet and hurry into the office. Chapter 286 St. Selena. In April, the sunshine on Miami Beach was brighter than that in New York and Los Angeles. Link just sat on the rattan chair for a while and answered a few questions, and he was sweating all over. Seeing Anna coming over with a serious look, he greeted Simmons and stood up to ask Anna what was wrong. Ms. Anna told him that he was in trouble. An hour ago, someone posted a video of him and Emma Watson being intimate in the dressing room on YouTube. Just a moment ago, the video had been viewed more than 20 million times and was spreading like a virus. Link couldn't help but frown when he heard it. After SB Entertainment agreed to cooperate with Link Music, he thought that the video incident had been safely passed and he didn't need to worry about it anymore. But when he just relaxed, the incident broke out again unexpectedly. Ivica said that in addition to the person who filmed the video, only 3 people had seen it: Little Cunis, Scooter and her. Ivica was his partner and a smart woman. She would not do such a thing to destroy unity at this time. As for Scooter, after Link Music cooperates with SB, he will also own 5% of Link Music's shares. It will not be good for him to expose his dirty laundry. The person who released this video now should be Little Cunis. The other party wanted to use Scooter to trick him. Once the copyright dispute of Baby came out, Scooter had to accept Ivica's conditions and cooperate with Link Music. Little Cunis' plan went bankrupt, and he was probably angry, and he burst out this video in a rage. Link figured out the cause of the matter in an instant, blaming Ivica, and only blaming himself for forgetting that the copyright of Baby was useful to Manhattan Scooter, but it was useless to Little Cunis when the aliens came out. Now that the matter has been settled, he does not intend to escape. He is about to call Ivica to discuss countermeasures, and Ivica also called and told him to mind his own business and arrange for the company to handle the video. Link agreed. Evika is the president of Link Music, with good management skills and more redeemable, and it is safe to let her handle this matter. The rest is Taylor. Thinking of Taylor, Link can't help but have a headache. Taylor, with beautiful long legs, is a musical genius, but she also has some problems that ordinary girls have. She is strong-willed and full of desires for her companions. If she sees this video, even if it is half true and half false, she will probably be very angry. Nowadays, the speed of internet communication is extremely fast. Maybe she has already seen the video, which will make her very angry. Link sighed and took out his mobile phone to call Taylor. The phone rang a few times and Taylor's bright and cheerful voice came from the receiver. Has the wedding started? When will you be back? Judging from her tone, she probably hasn't watched the video yet. Link couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Should he confess directly or change the subject and wait for her to finish watching it before explaining? Honey, I have something to explain. What is it? Wait, I'll take a call first and we'll talk later. Taylor went offline. After she finished speaking, Link called again but couldn't get through. He called again after 3 minutes but still couldn't get through. He called again after 10 minutes but the phone was turned off. Link knew he was in trouble. Someone just called her to tell her about the video. That's dead. I should have just been honest and explained it to Taylor directly. Maybe I could have saved myself some. Now Taylor didn't answer the phone, which meant she was very angry. Link quickly called Mrs. Andrea and took the initiative to tell her about the video, saying that the video was fake. There was only kissing and there was no later part. He also mentioned that Taylor's phone was turned off and asked her to go see Taylor and help explain. Mrs. Andrea sighed and agreed to help. Link called Taylor again, still hoping that the call would go through. He opened his email and explained the whole story in the email, hoping that Taylor could forgive himself. The email was sent successfully, but Link knew that this explanation might not be very effective. He also told Ms. Mandy, Catherine and Selena, who were far away in Los Angeles, telling them that the video was fake, not to believe it, and not to worry. If Selena has time, ask her to go to the villa to explain to Taylor. I know. Millie and I were just watching this video. This video is so popular. It has been viewed over 100 million times in 2 hours and has received hundreds of thousands of comments. Many people on Twitter are pushing this video. The internet is full of news about you cheating on Emma Watson. It's so exciting. Many people say you should go and shoot in color. Selena said in an exaggerated voice. Link was so annoyed that he said, how can a girl like you watch such a video? This video is fake. Only the first 3 minutes are real. The rest of the content is pieced together. Fake. Why can't I see it? Wait a minute. I'll watch it again. Don't watch it yet. I have something to ask you for help. What is it? Tell me now. While Selena was talking, a woman's high-pitched scream came from the microphone, as well as Miley Cyrus's happy laughter. Link covered his forehead and said with embarrassment, it's like this. I called Taylor, but couldn't get through. She probably saw this video and is angry with me now. If you're not busy, go to the villa to see if she's there. No problem. I'll go after I finish watching it. Selena shouted at Millie on the phone, asking her to lower her voice, and then said to Link, hey, Link, do you remember that a few days ago I dreamed that you fell into the sea and I called you specifically to ask you not to go to the beach? Now that I think about it, the dream should be about this. If I go to you, I will be in trouble. Big trouble. Haha, I said I'm a dreamer. Do you believe you now? I believe it. You are the witch from Mexico. Hateful. I'm the holy priestess of the Mayan temple in Mexico. Yes, holy lady. Remember to go to the villa to help me explain. Okay, but according to the dream, I probably can't help you with this matter. If you want to get out of the predicament, you still need to work hard on your own. By the way, after the phone call that day, I made up the rest of the dream. I dreamed that you floated up by yourself, which means that this matter was also safe. Okay, thank you for giving me a good ending. You're welcome. Don't worry about me staying up late in the future. Actually, I'm not staying up late. I'm communicating with the gods. Yes, this is the work of the saint. Selena made up an excuse. Link was really defeated by Wuxi, who she had deceived, but now someone is begging her, and he can't scold her. He can only flatter her a few words, saying how powerful she is, long live the saint, to make her happy, and then teach her a lesson after the matter is over. Chapter 287. The whole network is scolding. When he picked up the phone, Anna came to tell him that Link Music's public relations department had just communicated with YouTube and asked them to take down the video. But the people from YouTube said that there was no exposure in the video, no prohibited content, and he and Emma were public figures, and the intimate video was also a news topic, which did not infringe on each other's rights. Link Music also had no right to interfere with the content on their platform. Tell them that the video is fake, and they need to take responsibility for reporting fake news, Link said unhappily. In fact, he had the contact information of the CEO of YouTube, and he could call the other party directly and ask the other party to communicate with the subordinate department, but doing so was not in line with the rules of the European and American workplaces, and it would be embarrassing to be rejected. After Anna finished the call, she told him with regret that YouTube said that it had communicated with the head of the video review department, but unfortunately it was a step late, and the people in the review department had already left work. It seemed that the video would be blocked until tomorrow morning. Link was helpless. He only got off work at 5 PM, and those investors were not afraid of starving to death. In addition, at the current speed of the spread of this video, it would probably be all over the internet in 12 hours, and there would be no point in taking it down. Link could only open Twitter and send a tweet. The short film is wonderful, but starting from 3:12, the plot is not performed by me. Please keep your eyes open. After the tweet was released, hundreds of comments burst out instantly. Some people asked, what short film? Some people said, it is absolutely true. I have seen it 10 times, and Link and Emma Watson are definitely a couple behind the curtain. It is too exciting. I suggest you go and see it, if you haven't seen it. Some people said that it was fake for a while. There was a poster of Link on the wardrobe at 3 minutes and 10 seconds, and at 3 minutes and 14 seconds, the poster disappeared in the same position. In addition, the trees outside the window in London were still green in September, and at 3 minutes and 16 seconds, the trees outside the window turned yellow. There are also floors, lights, background sounds, etc., which are obviously edited videos. Some people also said that, even if the latter part is fake, the kiss with Emma in the front is real. You have a girlfriend, and you still mess around. You are a scumbag. Some people also said that the media touted you as the best man in the world a while ago, but you cheated in the blink of an eye. Are you worthy of Taylor like this? Scumbag, die. 5 minutes after the tweet was released, more and more people in the comments section called him a scumbag, and the screen was flooded with more than one post every 10 seconds. All of them were Link is a scumbag, the worst man in the world, Taylor, don't cry, scumbag, go to hell, etc., almost drowning out the rational analysis of the video in the comments section. Within 10 minutes of the release limit, the number of likes on this tweet exceeded 67,000, and it was forwarded 22,000 times, and the number of comments directly rushed to 200,000, 99% of which were abusive voices. Link could only adjust the comments section to accept the status. After the initial tweets were released by Link Studio and Link Music, the comments sections were also full of abusive voices. Boss, these comments are posted by the internet water army. Don't worry too much, Anna advised. Link nodded. He was not worried about the comments on the internet. No matter how those people cursed, it would not affect his boxing, album releases, and making money. He was more concerned about Taylor, and he didn't know if she would forgive him this time. Ding dong. The phone received a message from Lady Gaga, saying that the video was pretty good, but it was a pity that it was fake, and asked him to release a real one someday. She was teasing him. Link shook her head, and asked her how the new album was going. Lady Gaga said that there was no rush, and her album sales were too strong, and no one would buy it at this time. Link honestly said that he was too weak. Even if he was popular now, he was still a level lower than the phenomenal superstar Lady Gaga. In addition, due to the impact of the video, the album sales this week should drop significantly. In addition to Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Emma Roberts, Emma Stone, and Wale Snarks also sent messages, some teasing, some comforting, some telling him not to take it to heart. This matter will pass in a blink of an eye, and Kristen directly called him a scumbag. Ding dong. The phone received another message from Emma Watson. Link secretly said that he made a mistake. He was just worried about Taylor and forgot to contact this guy. Emma Watson said the video was fake and the person who took the video was too abominable. She asked if it would affect his new album. Link said it would not have much impact and advised her not to go out these days and to respond after the matter was clarified. After chatting with Emma for a few words, he called Taylor again, but still could not get through. Link was helpless. He had planned to return to Los Angeles directly after the game, but Daniel from the hot dog shop next door was getting married tomorrow, so he could only stay here for one more day. When he went back at night, he didn't know what would happen to his home. Link, something big happened. Someone posted a sex video of you and Emma Watson on the internet. Come and see it. Fatty James stood at the door of Baker's shop, holding a laptop and shouting at him. Really? Where is it? Let me criticize it. Michael from the shop next door dropped the surfboard he was repairing, rushed to the door, took the laptop, and watched the video. Link, I didn't lie to you. Come and see it. James's face flushed, and he shouted anxiously. I've seen it, it's a fake video, and the rest is fake. Link shrugged and sat back on the rattan chair. Link, there are a lot of people on the internet who are scolding you, saying you're a scumbag, and don't support you anymore. Can you still be a singer? James asked with his eyes blinking. Of course. I'm just a big star, and this little bit of scandal doesn't affect me much. Link leaned back in the chair, crossed his legs and swayed. On the opposite seat, Simmons from the Herald also watched the video on his computer. He adjusted his sweaty wig and asked Link, this video was shot in September last year. Why didn't the shooter release it at that time? Link thought about it. Last September, the British paparazzi window theft incident caused a sensation. In the end, he took Taylor into the airport, but he failed to quell the speculation. Later, the paparazzi in the window died in prison, which also made him suffer a lot of criticism for no reason. Initially, releasing the video of him and Emma Watson kissing passionately can indeed attract some attention, but I heard that Cunis spent £1 million to buy a video. The shooter probably wanted to use this video to defraud some money. I don't know. There are still videos released to celebrate festivals. Link, what do you plan to do next when you encounter this kind of thing? Simmons said with a notebook solution. First, make a good explanation, then hold the shooter and publisher accountable, and try to recover the loss of reputation. These are all we can do now. Link spread his hands and said. Simmons hesitated for a moment and said that he and Emma Watson had a scandal in 2008 and wanted to hear about each other's experience. Link did not answer. Now is a sensitive period. If this news is known to Taylor, it will be even more difficult to explain. Chapter 288 Kanai is devastated. Cheers. When Link was in trouble, his enemies and opponents were celebrating. In a black metal bar in Brooklyn, Kanye West, 50 Cent, Lil Wayne, Drake, and T, who had just been released from prison, raised their champagne glasses and shouted excitedly. Since the beginning of last year, they had taken advantage of the reviewers except for the initial stage. After March, they were forced to apologize publicly. In fact, they were humiliated and lost face by Link on the rap charts, album releases, and MTV Video Awards. At the beginning of this year, they wanted to join forces with SB Entertainment and Justin to defeat Link's new album in Manhattan, and it would be best if he couldn't sell any of his new album. But with their siege, Link's new album sold 1.74 million copies in the first week, and the entire US population hoped to go double platinum in 10 days. It's too fucking. Facing such a strong population, they thought about it and didn't win at all. Seeing that he was about to be slapped in the face again, Kanye had already done his homework and was preparing to go to Hawaii to live in seclusion when a big gift package fell from the sky. Someone posted a video of Link and Emma Watson messing around on the internet. They were so happy that they quickly contacted the internet service company and spent $1 million to hire internet users to forward the video. They also scolded Link as a scumbag on various social platforms and contacted many media to forward the news. The purpose was simple. It was to let people all over the world know that Link was a scumbag and that Annie was still messing around outside. It was really shameless. They had to make Link lose his reputation and make Link stink so that they could get rid of the hatred and humiliation they had received from Link this year. Haha, I'm so happy. Today is the happiest day of my life. Can I shout it loudly with his hand raised? Haha, I'm happy too. That bastard Link always likes to pretend to be a good man to deceive those ignorant girls. When I saw that video today, I bet his face must be darker than ours. 50 Cent laughed. Guys, this incident will definitely make Link famous and his album unsellable. Let's drink to this great victory, Usher shouted. Cheers. All the singers and producers raised their glasses. There were bursts of cheerful laughter at the scene, and all the black people were grinning with their white teeth, happier than Christmas. So you posted this video? Beyonce held a glass of champagne and looked at Lil Wayne across from her. No. I heard that the person who posted the video was a guy who modified computers. This guy was invited to SB company to modify computers. He saw a pornographic film in an office computer, so he copied it to watch it at night. Later, he saw that it was a video related to Link and Emma Watson. He sent it to his friends, and his friends sent it to YouTube, and this video was exposed. Lil Wayne shook his head full of dreadlocks and laughed. After we saw this video, we quickly contacted the water army to spread it everywhere. The fact that this video can be spread so quickly is also our contribution. Drake shrugged and laughed. Beyonce blinked her dark eyes, glanced at the other party, and suddenly raised the corners of her lips and smiled. Well done. Link, that bastard dared to go against us. We must make him know the consequences. Haha, Beyonce is right. Cheers to Beyonce's words. Everyone raised their glasses and applauded Beyonce's speech. Hey, Eminem, you're here. Come over here. I have good news to tell you. 50 Cent saw Eminem walk in and shouted excitedly. Eminem has been recording a new album Recovery recently. He has been busy for many days and just came out of the recording studio. He was going to come here for a drink and relax, but he saw that there was jubilation here, as if it was some black festival. When he was worried about not going out, he was grabbed by 50 Cent and T and dragged inside. Are you there? Is Arthur's new album a big hit? Eminem asked Usher puzzledly, looking at him smiling at the side. His new album has just been released, and its weekly sales are not yet reached. We are celebrating something else. You have a drink first, and we will tell you slowly. Can I pointed at his big white teeth, and stuffed a glass of champagne into Eminem's hand. Then several top rappers talked about the unveiling video incident of Link and Emma, saying that they had made Link look disgraced and discredited, and they were really angry, so they celebrated here. Eminem understood the feelings of several people. A group of top music stars have been suppressed and beaten by Link, a newcomer, since last year. They were unwilling to admit defeat and rose up to resist, but they were defeated again and again. They could not beat Link in any way, and even last week they were crushed by Link's new album. The depression and grievance in their hearts can be imagined. Now they finally found an opportunity to fight back and eat Link, and their happiness and excitement are understandable. Eminem, I know you admire Link, but this guy's not a good person. He is a playboy and a womanizer, and he is not worthy of your appreciation at all. 50 Cent laughed. Eminem took a sip of champagne and glanced at a few people. Do you really think this incident can damage Link's reputation? Don't forget that when People magazine selected the sexiest men in the world, Link was ranked first. They already have the aura of sexy male gods. The exposure of such videos should have no effect on him and may even be beneficial. Eminem, you are talking nonsense. Link has a girlfriend and is intimate with Emma Watson. This guy's not loyal to love and is a scumbag. He must have fans. Do you think this is also beneficial? Can I said unhappily. Eminem shrugged and smiled. Link is a boxing champion, a singer-songwriter, and the strongest singing ability. How can people who really like him give up on him because of this? Just like when President Clinton was exposed by the Zippergate, his approval rating did not drop but rose afterwards. At the end of his term, 65% of the people still supported him, which was also the highest approval rating of all presidents when they left office. Link is just like him. He just made some mistakes that all men would make. It's not a big problem. Maybe his fans will support him more because he is a little bad and not so perfect. Besides, Link just has a girlfriend and is not married, so his problem is smaller than President Clinton's. So I don't think this incident has any special impact on him. I hope you guys opened your champagne a little too early. Eminem raised his champagne glass, looked at the golden wine in the glass and smiled. Kanye and the others were in a good mood, but when they heard Eminem's words, their high spirits suddenly collapsed like snowmen splashed with boiling water, with their faces and shoulders collapsing. Seeing the faces of several people fall, Eminem suddenly felt a little happy. Some time ago, the East Coast rap gang and Link had a fight again. Because he was not trusted, he was isolated outside by the small gang, and felt very unhappy. Now seeing Kanye and the others with black faces, he felt relieved and continued, "Don't forget that Link is only 21 years old. He is young, rich, talented and famous. Isn't it normal for such a man to cheat? And we are all men. Who of you dares to swear that you have never messed around outside after having a girlfriend?" Eminem's eyes moved from Kanye to 50 Cent, then to Lil Wayne, Usher, etc. They all had dark faces and turned their heads away in displeasure. It was obvious that they had all been fooling around outside. When Eminem looked at Beyoncé, she squinted her eyes and looked at him coldly. Eminem quickly skipped her, and his eyes fell on Jay-Z. Jay-Z glanced at Beyoncé next to him and shook his head in reply. "Look, except for Jay-Z, all the men here have made the same mistake, so everyone will understand Link. Besides, don't forget that Link is the American dream, and Emma Watson is the most popular and beautiful actress in the UK. Don't you want to pick her up? Don't Link's male fans want to pick her up? They must want to very much, but neither you nor them can do that. Only Link can do it. His fans will think he is cool, and will support him more, and even worship him. So I don't think this incident will have much impact on Link. It's too early for you to open the champagne." Eminem spoke at a speed of 12 words per second. After absorbing the above words, he looked at the faces of several people while speaking. Seeing that everyone's faces darkened, the anger in his heart was completely discharged. He leaned lazily on the sofa, swinging his legs and looking at several people. Eminem was happy, but Kanye and others were very unhappy. They kindly invited this guy to come over for a drink, but he was here to speak for Link. It was too fucking. Several people looked at each other, and Kanye stepped forward to take back the champagne glass in his hand. 50 points, and he carried Eminem out and advised him to re-record the song and not waste time here. Eminem cursed. I think what the bastard Eminem said makes some sense. The impact of this incident on Link will not be a problem. Lil Wayne stood up unhappily. "Just let it go. We spent $1 million and it didn't work." Kanye said angrily. 50 Cent, Drake and others didn't have any good ideas. The live music stopped, and the atmosphere was heated. Beyoncé shook her glass, glanced at a few people, and smiled slightly. "Don't be too depressed. I have a good way to deal with the girl Link." "What?" Everyone looked at Beyoncé expectantly. In addition to looking at her face, at this time everyone can also look at her smooth and round long legs, the curve of her chest, her skin smoother than brown silk satin, and the unique mixed race beauty on her face. Everyone admires Beyoncé, and even when looking for Annie, they can choose a woman who is the same as Beyoncé, mixed, tall, breathable, and sexy. Beyoncé smiled with the corners of her lips. "You forgot a group of people, Taylor Swift's fans. In this matter, Taylor suffered the most damage. Their fans must be very dissatisfied with Link. You can guide Taylor to attack Link, and Link will definitely be very upset. Yes, this idea is great. Beyoncé, you are so awesome. Haha, using Taylor's fans to attack Link will surely make Link look humiliated. Beyoncé, you are awesome. You are the goddess in my heart forever." Everyone shouted excitedly. The music in the bar was noisy again, and everyone raised their champagne again, discussing how to guide Taylor to attack Link. At this time, someone found Kanye and Usher, and said that Scooter from SB Entertainment had something to talk to them about. When Kanye and Usher heard that Scooter was coming, they followed him out. Lil Wayne and others continued to drink and discuss how to attack Manhattan Link. Before they could come up with a plan, a roar suddenly came from outside. "No, I don't agree. I absolutely won't agree. This matter is not up for discussion. Scooter, you bastard." The voice was full of grief and depression, as if he had been severely insulted. This was Kanye's voice, and everyone came out to listen. 50 Cent was about to run out to see when he saw Usher with a dark face leave, and the boy who came in was Kanye West with an even darker face and a deep and gloomy expression. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked at each other curiously, wondering how they could have turned out like this just because they went out for a while and met their agent Scooter once. Kanye sat in the corner of the sofa with a dark face and didn't say a word. Usher gave us a glass of wine and drank it all, then sighed and said, "Scooter told us just now that he and Link Music completed a deal yesterday using 38% of SB Entertainment shares to exchange for 5% of Link Music shares. Now Link Music has become the major shareholder of SB Entertainment, and we are a family." "What?" everyone exclaimed. Lil Wayne said very proudly, "Link Music has become the major shareholder of SB Entertainment, and you are the contracted artists of SB Entertainment. So Link has become your boss?" Kanye suddenly roared, grabbed the middle table with his hands, gritted his teeth, and pulled it up, overturning the table. The booth made a clanging sound, and the bonfire spilled onto the ground. "Don't be angry, let's think of a solution together." 50 Cent, Drake, T and others rushed over and pressed Kanye down on the sofa. "How is this possible? I remember Scooter hated Link very much and was going to use a video to discredit Link and step on Link's shoulders to push just into the top. How could they suddenly agree to cooperate with Link Music and transfer so many shares to Link Music?" Jay-Z asked in surprise. Usher shrugged. "Scooter didn't tell us the reason. He just said that he was trying his best but couldn't tell us for the time being. He also said that Link was at the peak of his ability and working with him would be very beneficial to SB Entertainment and Justin's development." "That sounds reasonable," Beyonce said softly, shaking her wine glass. Seeing everyone looking at her, she pressed her lips and said, "You only have a brand marketing and promotion contract with Scooter. You haven't transferred the record contract. You can completely terminate the contract with SB Company. Yes, terminate the contract. Terminate the contract with SB Entertainment quickly. You must not work for Link." 50 Cent and the others quickly echoed. Usher sighed and shook his head. "It can't be solved. After meeting the marketing contract with Scooter, he helped us and Kanye get several big brand endorsements, especially Kanye Prap. Last year, Scooter was the first collaboration between Kanye and Adidas to jointly launch the sub-brand Air Yeezy. Kanye also cooperated with Louis Vuitton to jointly launch sports shoes. These two deals helped Kanye earn hundreds of millions. If I want to terminate the contract with Scooter in advance, I will not only lose the business of these two sub-brands, but also have to pay $20 million in liquidated damages. If I terminate the contract with SB Entertainment, I will also give up tens of millions in liquidated damages. If I pay money to SB Entertainment, it is equivalent to giving money to Link." Usher said helplessly. "Scooter, do you have to work for Link next? Is he making money?" Lil Wayne said unhappily. "Ah. Damn Link, I'm going to kill you." Kanye gritted his teeth and roared loudly. 50 Cent and several others flew over and pressed Kanye under the sofa again. Kanye roared loudly and struggled hard, but he couldn't break free from the suppression of several people. He could only curse Link again and again, calling Scooter a squid pig and a shameful malcontent. Beyonce looked at the mess of soap and shook her head in disappointment. A group of top singers, multi-millionaires, and billionaires joined forces with Manhattan Link, a young man who had just debuted. When questioning the obvious advantage, he was beaten up by the opponent and had no strength to fight. Beyonce bit her lower lip and thought of the rough native guy in the locker room. She suddenly felt an electric current rushing from her body to her brain. Her mind was full of the scenes in the locker room and his strong appearance. Beyonce told Jay-Z that she had to leave first because she had something to do and carried a small shoulder bag to support the family. After getting in the car, she immediately told her phone to send a message to Link, telling him that the video was posted online by someone who modified the computer, not Kanye and his group. She also told him that Lil Wayne and others were planning to use Taylor's fans to attack him, so she asked him to be careful and when he would return to New York. Chapter 289 Miami Wedding. "I won't be obsessed with any way you appear. I won't be obsessed with any way you show. I will just love you like the woman I love." I reorganize and love you. You are me because of the woman I love. Yes, I will love you. In the West Palm Beach seaside park, Link, wearing a blue suit, sat in front of the piano, with his hands on the black and white keys, playing and singing The Woman I Love, surrounded by green grass, dolphin-shaped fountains, and greenhouses decorated with flowers. When he finished singing, warm applause and cheers rang out at the scene, and everyone was cheering for Link's performance. Link smiled lightly, stood up and bowed to everyone. Today is the wedding day of Daniel, a member of the hot dog shop next door, and his bride is Miss Lina from the ice cream shop. It is said that in order to pursue Lina, Daniel went there to buy an ice cream every day, becoming the best tasting customer of Lina's ice cream shop, and even had a stomach ache several times because of it. After persisting for more than 3 years, Lina was finally moved and agreed to his proposal on the new year. The lovers finally got married. Daniel, Lina, congratulations. Link looked at the groom Daniel in a black suit. Although his neck was sweating, his face was still filled with a happy smile. Next to him was Lina, the bride in a white dress. Link, thank you for letting you, a big star, accompany the wedding. Lina and I must be the happiest couple in the world. Daniel pulled Lina and laughed. Haha, yes, so you must continue to be happy. Link patted his shoulder and hugged him again. The wedding continued. Daniel and the bride Lina were on the green lawn covered with red carpet, holding cigarettes and talking about each other's stories. From acquaintance to understanding and falling in love, they have finally come to this point. Although they don't have mansions, businessmen, and jewelry, they definitely have more happiness than those who live in mansions. I envy Daniel so much. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Lina's ice cream shop to buy ice cream. In the front row of the audience, Link lived in the middle, with Fat James on his left and Michael on his right. Both of them were wearing suits and served as best men at the wedding. Hearing Daniel talk about his pursuit of Lina, James said mellowly, "You have a girlfriend too, right? Her name is." Link remembered that James said he had a girlfriend, a girl he met in the Pink Lover bar after the 2008 America's qualifiers. He could imagine what the girl looked like, but he couldn't remember her name. Brenda. James shrugged his mellow shoulders and rubbed his hands. "We only cared about each other for more than 4 months before breaking up. She didn't like it here, especially the beach. She said it was too quiet and there were too few people. She liked more lively places. Later I heard from others that she went to New York." Link patted his chubby back. "There are so many girls on the beach. You can find another one." James runs the Baker diving shop. With the help of Link's fame, he can earn more than 100,000 yuan a year. He is now worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, which means he is a small rich man. "I can't find one. Now those girls ask me about you as soon as they see me. I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing in the interview like last time. I dare not say anything. How can I find a girlfriend?" James glanced at him resentfully. "Is it my fault? I told you to say whatever you want. Don't worry about leaking any secrets. Even if it is leaked, it doesn't matter. You are too timid. How can you blame me?" Link said unhappily. "Can you say it? You dated Emma and Gaddett in the freight 2 years ago. Can you say it?" James squinted his eyes and said with a smirk. Link thought about it. The video of him and Emma being intimate was exposed. The scandal of their relationship in 2008 was also brought up by the media. It didn't matter if people knew that he and Emma had dated in the store. It was just another rumor. Gaddett is already married. Taylor also notes that he has nothing to do with Gaddett. There is no problem in saying it. Similar rumors have been circulated in the media before. He told James that he could say it and he didn't need to keep it secret. "How are you and Taylor? Didn't she forgive you?" James asked, scratching his flushed cheeks. Link shook his head. Taylor's phone was still unreachable and there was no reply to the email. Lady Andrea told him that she had explained to Taylor on his behalf, but Taylor said nothing. Selena told him in a hurry that when she went to the villa yesterday, Taylor had already closed herself off, waiting in the piano room alone, locking the door, not seeing anyone, and not responding when she was talked to. Selena said she had a small ladder, climbed out of the window, and took a quick look. Taylor was writing songs in the piano room, and there were dozens of music manuscripts all over the floor. When Link heard that Taylor was writing songs, he knew that he was miserable and would definitely be scolded in her songs, but he was also relieved. He lived with Taylor for a long time and had some understanding of her. She was optimistic, crazy, positive, and cared about other people's evaluations. She was striving for perfection in both music and other aspects. As long as she saw more professional negative comments in the media, she would be very stressed, unable to eat or sleep, and she would constantly reflect on herself until no one criticized her. Whenever she encountered something happy or unhappy, she would write it down in a song, and after writing it down, she would slowly calm down. This time she wrote several pages of manuscript paper, hoping that she would not be so angry after she finished writing. "Now please ask the groom to put the wedding ring on the bride," said the priest who presided over the wedding on the red carpet. Daniel glanced at the audience. Link pushed the fat man James, and James looked at him puzzledly. "Ring? Ring? Oh, it's here with me. I almost forgot it." James touched his body and sweated profusely. Finally, he found a small red box in the lining pocket of his suit. He shook his round figure and ran onto the stage and handed the wedding ring to Daniel. After giving the ring, James returned to his seat and breathed a sigh of relief. After Daniel gets married, he plans to close the hot dog shop here and move to the city to open a fast food restaurant with Lina. "James, are you still going to stay here?" Michael next to him clapped his hands and said. "Daniel and Linda are leaving." "Yes, I'm also going to leave here and see the outside world, but it should be within a year," Michael said. "Why? Why do you want to leave? Isn't it better to stay on the beach?" James asked with a puzzled look on his face. "The beach is good, but no one will stay here forever, so it is better to see the outside world while you are young. Don't you want to see the Empire State Building in New York, the Brooklyn Bridge, the Universal Studios in Hollywood, the Walk of Fame, and the Las Vegas City that never sleeps, the sunrise in Yellowstone Park, and the snow in the Rocky Mountains? Do you want to see these?" Michael asked. James shook his head and his chubby face shook. "No, it's too far, and it takes a lot of walking." "Link, have you seen these? Are there beautiful beaches?" Link thought about it. He drove past the Empire State Building, crossed the Brooklyn Bridge, filmed in the movie city, saw the name tiles on the Walk of Fame, and stayed in the most luxurious hotel in Las Vegas, the Bellagio, for a few nights. But he was too busy with work and didn't pay much attention to whether they were beautiful or not. "They are all good, each with its own characteristics," Link said seriously. "Because I want to go and see," Michael said with longing in his eyes. "You all go, I'll stay here alone." "Do you want to go to Los Angeles?" There are also sunny beaches, Manhattan trees and beautiful scenery in Los Angeles. You can continue to run a diving equipment store on Santa Monica Beach, and the business will be better than that on Miami Beach. Link put his arm around his shoulders. "Los Angeles? I heard that it's more chaotic there. Blacks often go on the streets to rob, and hundreds of people died in the riots in 1992. James scratched his hot face. The Port-au-Prince earthquake in January killed 300,000 to 400,000 people. Last year, 32,000 people died of sudden illnesses in the United States, and more than 100,000 people died of various sudden illnesses. "Do you want to live in space?" Link said helplessly. "Okay, I'm just talking. I thought about going to Los Angeles. Maybe I will go, but not now," James said with a frown. Link didn't persuade him anymore. It was up to the fat man to decide whether to go or not. The only way his friends could help him was to encourage him and lend a hand in an emergency. Daniel's wedding was over, and Link returned to the beach to help deal with a boatload of diving equipment. He also arranged for a freight company to transport it from Los Angeles and bought a villa in Miami Gardens so that he could come back for vacation in the future. Chapter 290 Return to Los Angeles. After the Link and Emma dressing room intimate video was exposed, it was the most explosive news in the American entertainment industry for 2 consecutive days, and it was also a hot news in the international community, including the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, The Guardian, The Times, Yomiuri Shimbun, Bild, etc. Almost all world-class media reported on this incident. Even the most conservative North Korean daily newspapers have entertainingly criticized this ugly phenomenon in the European and American circles. On the internet, netizens' discussion of this incident has reached an extremely high level, and it was later listed as the top 10 internet hot events in 2010 by Times. According to statistics from Twitter's data department, within 48 hours after the video was exposed, Link was called back 580 million times in user tweets, Emma Watson was called back 190 million times, Taylor was called back 87 million times, the scumbag was mentioned 63 million times, and the controversial video was mentioned 58 million times. There are also mainstream news and social networking sites such as YouTube, Google, Yahoo, MySpace, Facebook, etc. Within 48 hours, the total number of views of the video reached 450 million times. If Link's name is well known because of his 3 albums and many hit songs, then his face and naked body are also familiar to many people because of this video. This is the power of gossip, which is more and more common than boxing matches, movies, songs, and even knowledge. It can arouse people's curiosity and desire to the maximum extent. Driven by desire, people who have heard about this incident, both men and women, can't help but click on the video to find out. If before this video was exposed, everyone's impression of Link was a handsome and sunny young boy, and after this video everyone's impression of him gradually changed to a mature and sexy man. Whether this change is good or bad, it is still unclear at present. Link is out at noon when he just walked out of the terminal of Los Angeles International Airport. Hundreds of reporters were making loud noises on the rocket, blocking him from all directions, and throwing out tricky questions one after another. Link, you are a popular idol. You had relationships with other opposite sexes in the dressing room while you were with Annie, which disappointed many fans. Will you stand up and apologize to the fans? Mr. Baker, there are rumors that Miss Swift is preparing to break up. Is this news true? Sir, there are reports in the British media that you and Miss Emma Watson have been dating since 2008 and have not been interrupted so far. They are suspected of deceiving Miss Emma Watson and Miss Taylor Swift. Mr. Baker, Mr. Kanye West said that you are a hypocritical guy. On the surface, you pretend to be a perfect man. You don't smoke, drink or take drugs, but you do all kinds of bad things in private. Do you agree with Kanye's evaluation? The reporters looked over the candles, as if they were on the battlefield, holding an enemy with spears and swords. Link, wearing a stylish cap and big sunglasses, said nothing under the escort of bodyguards Bob and Wallace. He just waved to the fans who came to pick him up, and walked into the nanny car. Emma's pornographic video is a scandal anyway. When questioned by the crowd, no matter how much explanation there is, it is useless, and cannot change the facts. Keeping silent and not providing fresh materials to the media will reduce the heat. Everyone, please be quiet. After Link got in the car, Mandy, who came to take over, stood in front of the lady's business car and shouted regarding the traditional video of Link and Miss Emma Watson on the internet. Except for the first 3 minutes, the rest of the content is all edited and trimmed. Of course, we have explained this matter on Twitter, Facebook and other platforms. Please pay attention to the size when reporting. For media and individuals who infringe on Link's reputation, Link Music will pursue relevant legal responsibilities. In addition, regarding the video issue, our company will hold a press conference next Wednesday. I will post the specific time and place on the Link Studio Twitter account. Please continue to pay attention. Link, I love you. Link, we support you. In the airport exit square, many fans were holding his posters and shouting loudly. Looking quickly, there were thousands of people, more than 70% of whom were young women. Link waved in the car and responded to the fans, and the fans' shouts became louder. These fans are crazy. They know that Link is a scumbag, but they still come to the airport to support him. Mike, a reporter from the San Francisco Tribune, looked at the group of fans who kept shouting Link's name, including many beautiful girls, and felt a little unbelievable. Tim, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, took 2 photos of us fans with a camera, and it was written on it, "Do you know when is the best time to test a fan's loyalty?" Fan loyalty? Mike thought, when an album is released, only those who are willing to spend money to buy the album are considered die-hard fans, right? No, it's when the idol hits a low point. Just like everyone will hit a low point in life. The idol is another one. The fans who choose to accompany the idol when his career is at a low point are equivalent to being by his side and supporting him. In the future, when the idol rises again, they will feel more satisfied and even moved by themselves, just like accompanying the idol through the sea of fire and the mountain of swords. My daughter, who is only in middle school, told me that many classmates in her school are fans of Link. Now they are using various methods to support Link and are ready to accompany Link through the difficulties, so running to the airport to pick him up is nothing. Reporter Tim shrugged. Reporter Mike frowned. What's wrong with young people nowadays? Even if the second half of the video is spliced, the kiss between Link and Emma Watson in the locker room is always true. Link is a playboy. Why do many fans still support him? Reporter Tim smiled and said, if you love a woman deeply, a woman like Marilyn Monroe, and you hear that she cheated, will you give up loving her? If you give up and can't tolerate any shortcomings and mistakes of her, it only means that you don't love her deeply enough and you are a fake fan. The reporter opened his mouth, somewhat speechless, and he found that he was indeed not a good fan. It was noon when Mike Link drove back to the Santa Monica Bay Villa. Although Los Angeles is at a higher latitude than Miami and has a Mediterranean climate, the sun at noon is still very bright, and the leaves of the pine trees, oak trees, and metasequoia trees in front of the villa also looked more luxuriant than the day before. Link stood in front of the main villa. Except for the sound of the wind and the occasional birds flying by, the surroundings were very quiet. He looked at the piano room on the second floor and heard Mandy say that Taylor was still living in the house and eating in the toilet as usual, but he didn't talk to the people next to him. This situation made Link very worried. Don't make a conflict. When you meet Taylor, explain it well, and she will forgive you. Ms. Mandy smiled and comforted. Link looked at her, then at Anna, Wallace, and Bob, and finally, with the encouragement of everyone, he walked into the villa. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. Is there still a chance? When he entered the room, he happened to meet Lady Andrea coming out of the house, followed by two cats, Meridian and Olivia. The two little ones saw him and meowed at him. Facing Lady Andrea, Link was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain to her. I'm back. Taylor is upstairs. Go talk to her if you have anything to say. Lady Andrea picked up the two kittens and walked out of the villa expressionlessly. Link took off his hat, changed into a piece of clothing that he liked, and then went to the piano room on the second floor. He stood at the door of the piano room and listened. There was no sound in the room. Honey, are you there? I'm back. Honey, I apologize to you. I should have pushed Emma away at that time. Link explained a few words outside the door, talking about the ins and outs of the day. After the game, he suddenly caught up and wanted to do something crazy. Emma happened to run into the locker room. He couldn't control himself for a while, and that thing happened. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he thought of his identity and immediately pushed Emma away and did not continue. But no matter what the reason, it was caused by his weak willpower. He could not resist the temptation of the opposite sex and made the mistakes that normal men would make. Link talked for a while, and Taylor still did not respond to him. Just as he was about to continue to apologize, there was a pleasant piano sound in the room. Ding dong. It was a song he had never heard before, including in the albums released by Taylor in her two lives. Link was a little surprised. Was he worried that this incident would stimulate Taylor and make her write a new song? It was just that this piece of music, at the beginning, with a drizzle and gentle breeze, sounded warm and peaceful, but then the pitch rose and the rhythm of the music became rapid and violent, as if it had suddenly entered a thunderstorm, with lightning and thunder, and a momentum to destroy everything, just like the song Blank Space that Taylor wrote for the Scumbag. Link's scalp tightened when he heard it. The piano music in the room lasted for more than 4 minutes. It stopped abruptly at the end. Link asked Taylor if it was not a new song and she had no lyrics, and praised it as a good song with a great chance of reaching the top of the singles chart. Taylor still did not respond. Link sighed helplessly and heard footsteps. At the end, he saw Lady Andrea, Lady Mandy, Catherine, and the little round-faced Selena of the explosive Olivia. They all looked at him with an expression of watching a good show. "Ha, Link, I told you a long time ago that a man should not be indecisive. What do you think now? Fall into the water?" Selena came over with a surging heart, blinking her round eyes and looking at him sneeringly. Link raised his hand and knocked her forehead. Selena covered her forehead and glared at him angrily. "You dare to hit me? Link, have you forgotten who I am? I'm a holy priestess who can communicate with the gods. If you hit me, you will be punished by the gods and will be severely punished." Link saw that this girl was addicted to pretending to be a holy woman and scared her so much that she took a step back and said with a smile, "Do you know who I am? I'm God." Selena rolled her eyes at him, puffed up her chubby little round face, walked to the door and shouted, "Taylor, don't forgive Link. This guy is stinky. He is too bad. He must be ignored for 3 or 2 days. Don't talk to him for 1 day. Bad guys are not worth our attention. Don't talk nonsense." Ms. Mandy came over and said with a smile, "It's normal for couples to have conflicts. It's normal to argue and fight. There are no couples in the world who don't quarrel or have conflicts." "Mom, do you mean that no matter who I find as my boyfriend in the future, I will fight with him? Is it so terrible to have a boyfriend's wife?" Selena blinked her bright eyes and looked at Mandy, Catherine, and Andrea with curiosity. Ms. Mandy nodded her forehead, pointed to the room, and whispered, "I'm persuading Taylor. Don't interrupt me." Selena snorted, turned her big eyes and said, "Link is the one who caused the trouble. I think he should be put here to deal with him. If he can coax Taylor, even if he is lucky. If he can't coax Taylor, it's his own fault. We are of no use here." Link glanced at her. Although what Selena said was a bit harsh, it was the truth. The person who tied the bell must untie it. In fact, to persuade Taylor, he still needs to work hard himself. He expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Andrea, Ms. Mandy, and Catherine. He was unable to come back in time these 2 days, and troubled them to come back, to take care of the family affairs. Now he is alone, and the rest is his responsibility. Mrs. Andrea and Mrs. Andrea had things to do, so they drove away quickly. Catherine gave him a few words of advice, asking him not to be too anxious. Young and smart girls like Taylor are generally proud and willful, unwilling to accept and endure. When you are with them, you have to be patient, use more sweet words to coax them, and follow her thinking first. The problem will not be too serious. Link listened and nodded repeatedly. "Selena, are you going or not?" Catherine looked at Selena, who was still petting the cat, and asked. "No. I want to watch the fun here. No, I'm here to help Link persuade Taylor and stop them from fighting. No one is trying to persuade them." Selena sniffed her delicate nose and said. Catherine saw that she was short and seemed to be trying to persuade the 2 big guys not to fight. It might be difficult, but the probability of Link and Taylor fighting was too small, so Selena didn't need to persuade them. "Stay here first, and remember that there is an internal meeting of the crew at 4 p.m. "Got it, I remember it." Selena nodded repeatedly. After Catherine left, Selena stuck out the tip of her lower tongue and slumped down beside her. The Ticketons in the middle said, "Ollie, Mary, what should we do if that idiot can't get in?" "There is a ladder in the tool room. Don't remind that idiot to get the ladder from the window entrance." "Meow." Meridian called to Link. Link glanced at the little round face, walked to the door and knocked. "Honey, please open the door." I suddenly got an inspiration. It's his song. "Do you need to borrow the piano?" "Link, stop it. We can wait slowly if we can't get in. It's not a good trick to cheat people. The consequences will be very serious." Selena hurried over and took his arm. "I really got an inspiration." Link pressed her shoulder. Click. The door was opened, and Taylor appeared at the door, with long golden hair, wearing a tights and jeans, with a bare face, no makeup, and no expression, but a sharp pencil in a braid tightly clenched in her thigh, and blue veins on the back of her white hand. "Hi, Taylor." Selena blinked her big eyes, and smiled at Taylor. Taylor nodded reluctantly, and just when Link was about to say hello, Taylor narrowed his blue eyes and said in a cold voice, "My building will let a man me twice. You'd better really need a piano." "Really? I'm not lying to you. Are you okay?" Link looked at Taylor's face and asked with some self-blame. Taylor didn't answer either, walked to the piano, holding a pencil, and looking at him coldly. "Link, you're dead this time," Selena muttered, pushed him on the back, and trotted to stand next to Taylor. She glanced around, grabbed a crystal trophy, and glared at Link angrily. Her expression was even more ferocious than Taylor's. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and write a song. No matter what, you have to write something, or you can't go out today." Selena waved the trophy and winked at Link. Link shook his head and sat down in front of the piano, his slender fingers on the black and white keys. He looked at Taylor's face, which was no longer as intimate as before, but a little cold and distant. He shrugged helplessly. He asked for all this. What else needed to be explained? Seeing him sitting there powerless, Selena shook Taylor's arm and said softly, "Link just got off the plane and his head is still dizzy. Don't give him any more time to think seriously." Taylor hummed softly and turned to walk to the outside. At this time, the sound of the piano started slowly, ding ding dong dong. The top note was a little stumbling, but it sounded very good, like a new song. Taylor stopped, and Selena, who was about to catch up, also stopped. The truth was that she looked at him in a different place. "You know I tried my best, but I didn't do a good job of apologizing. You know I tried to get you back, but I'm not good at apologizing. I hope I won't run out of time. I hope it won't be too late. Can anyone call the referee? Can anyone help us mediate? Because I just need one more shot to get forgiveness. Because I forgive you, and give me another chance. Please forgive me. I know you know I made these mistakes, maybe once or twice." Wow. After hearing these two sentences, Selena turned into a silly face. Her big eyes widened, and her small mouth opened into an O shape. She looked at Link in surprise, and then at Taylor. "Taylor, have you heard this song?" Taylor smiled slightly, frowned his thin eyebrows, and listened to the song quietly. "Is it too late to say sorry now? Is it too late to say sorry now? Yes, I know I disappoint you. Yes, I'm very clear that I have greatly disappointed you. Is it too late to say sorry now? Is it too late to say it now? I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Selena covered her mouth in surprise. This guy specially wrote a song to apologize, and it was a very beautiful song. This is amazing. She looked at Taylor curiously again. Can Link get her forgiveness by apologizing in this way? Chapter 292. Apologies are useless. The hot summer is coming, and the cicadas in Los Angeles are starting to chirp louder. Catherine was driving on Hollywood Boulevard, and the cicadas in the green forests on both sides were chirping. Perhaps it was the outbreak of the global warming effect that caused the cicadas to emerge earlier, so this year's cicadas were chirping more lively than last year. After driving to the intersection and waiting for a while, Selena came out of the cold drink shop next to her with 2 cups of pomegranate juice. She put on a white cap and Prada peach hard sunglasses, hid her round little face under the brim of the hat, and held a straw in her mouth, humming and spinning around. "Catherine, here you go." Selena got in the car and handed the other cup of ice skates to Catherine. "How did Link and Taylor talk?" Catherine took it, put it on the cup holder, and restarted the car. After Selena got in the car, she took off the lift bar, sat cross-legged barefoot on the passenger seat, and blew the air conditioner on her warm face. "Catherine, I bet you can never guess how Link opened the door." "How did he open it?" "Link is so cunning. He told Taylor that he had an inspiration to write a song and needed to borrow the piano. Taylor opened the door after hearing it. He tricked Taylor into opening it. Will Taylor be even angrier?" Catherine asked curiously. Selena shook her head, bit the straw, and took a sip of cold juice and said, "I don't know. I thought so too. I tried to persuade him not to do it, but he insisted on doing it. I couldn't stop him." Catherine, guess what happened in the end? "Hurry up and don't keep us in suspense," Catherine urged. "Link is so amazing. I don't know. I thought he said he wanted to write a song to trick Taylor into opening the door, but when he sat down at the piano, he really wrote a song. It was a very unique song. A song that a scumbag used to apologize after cheating. Can we just say these words and forget about it? Can we make peace and forget the pain of the past? Yes. Is it too late to say sorry now? Is it too late to say sorry now? Because I miss more than just your body. Selena hummed a few lines imitating Link's singing style. Did Link just write this? Catherine asked in surprise, after listening to it. The full version sounds better, isn't it amazing? It does sound good. Link wrote a song to apologize. Didn't Taylor forgive him? Catherine asked. Selena shrugged her shoulders and sighed. No, Taylor said she doesn't accept the apology. Cheating is cheating. It has already happened. Apologies are meaningless and forgiveness is unnecessary. Taylor also said that she has mental cleanliness. If she didn't know Link was messing around outside, she wouldn't mess around. But now that she knows, she can't treat Link the same way as before. Did they break up? Catherine asked in surprise. No, Taylor said she has time to adjust. If she can adjust her mood and not care about this matter, she may accept Link again. If she can't adjust, well, Selena spread her hands. Taylor didn't finish her words. She packed her suitcase and set off. Link and I couldn't stop her. Don't worry, they will handle it. Do you think they will get along? Selena turned around and asked. I think Taylor is good, beautiful, and talented, and she is a good match for Link. No other woman is good enough for Link. Now things have become like this. It's Link's fault. He is too fickle and doesn't know how to cherish. He deserves it. Selena scolded softly. This is normal. Link has become a billionaire and a world-class celebrity in his 20s. It is normal for him to be indifferent, indecisive, and greedy. There are many men who are not as good as him, and their behavior is more statistical than his. As far as the video is concerned, Link did nothing wrong. He just didn't push Emma Watson away in time. The problem is not big. If Taylor is calmer, nothing will happen. If Link's mistakes are contained, Link will slowly calm down in the future and concentrate on staying at home to be a good man. Selena looked at her in surprise with her mouth open. How can this be? This matter is obviously Link's fault. How can it be blamed on Taylor? Catherine smiled and said, if you love man very much, you should learn to accept all of him, including the bad parts. We are all human beings. No one can be perfect. All perfect partners are illusions. People like Link are already the best among men. It can be said that there are few in the world. If you throw away the whole cake because of a rotten cherry, what kind of person would do this? A selective woman who thinks she can find a better and more delicious cake. Selena held her round face with both hands and thought for a while before she understood what Catherine's son said. Catherine was still defending her scumbag and trying to attribute the root of the problem to the innocent Taylor. Catherine, you are so generous. If you find that George has cheated, will you forgive him? Selena squinted her crescent eyes and smiled playfully. Of course not. How can George compare with Link? He is already a cake that is 1/6 rotten. If he dares to cheat again, he will be 1/3 rotten. He is a toxic junk food. Of course I won't accept it. Double standard. Catherine raised her hand and looked at the recipe on her forehead. I tell you this not to ask you to learn to accept a scumbag, but I hope you can be more mature in your emotions. If you are independent and strong enough, you can choose better companions and have higher requirements for your companions, like Taylor, pursuing perfection. If you are not strong enough, you must learn to accept the shortcomings of your companions. If you are neither strong nor very selectable, you will get nothing in the end. Selena supported her chin and thought for a moment, then nodded. She probably understood what Catherine said, and her big eyes turned, and she remembered another thing. Catherine, the book says that in Italy, cousins can get married. Is Selena not ready? With an R, her forehead hit the co-pilot's seat. What did you say? Catherine looked at her puzzledly. Selena covered her forehead and said with a red face, it was Millie and the others who said that. It was a joke. I don't like a scumbag like Link. Catherine smiled slightly, looked at her forehead and said, if it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big problem, but you are all stars. It's definitely not okay. I know, I'm just asking. Don't say it. Selena covered her hot face and was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide in the seat below. Don't be shy. If you dare to ask this question, get off the bus. Arriving at the 21st Century Fox Film Production Center, Catherine took Selena, whose face was red, upstairs to participate in the script discussion of the new movie Ramona and Sister. Chapter 293. This woman is too cruel. After Taylor and Selena left the villa, Link, who was alone in the nearly 3,000 square meter villa, suddenly felt a little empty, lonely and cold. Meow Meridian walked over on the soft grass and called to him twice. Link squatted down and touched the soft and cute cat head. Fortunately, Taylor left in a hurry and did not take the two little ones with him, otherwise there would be a living thing behind him on the stairs. He picked up Mary and returned to the villa, poured cat food and goat milk into the cat bowl, and found Olivia lazily on the balcony sofa. Looking at the two little ones sitting together, he put cat food on them little by little and finished eating. While eating, he took out his mobile phone and took a photo for Taylor, persuading her to come back early, but Olivia and Mary locked her up. Taylor did not respond. More than an hour later, when he was processing company documents in the study, a car horn sounded outside the villa. Taylor's assistant Emily got out of the car, followed by a van and 4 staff members. Emily told him that she would take away the ticketons and Taylor's other belongings. Taylor said she needed time to adjust herself and would come back after she adjusted herself. Why did she take everything away? Link came. Link, this is Taylor's order. It's no use telling me, Emily said helplessly. Link called Taylor, but the call didn't go through. He suspected that his number was blocked by Taylor. He felt a little disappointed. Taylor was too cruel. Once he made up his mind, he would wield a sharp blade and cut off all ties with the past without leaving any chance. Emily, can you use your phone to call Taylor? Link asked. I want to ask Taylor. Emily called Taylor. She had told Link before that Taylor didn't want to talk to him for the time being. Link had no choice but to let Emily move Taylor's belongings. Her wardrobe, shoe cabinet, bag cabinet, cosmetics cabinet, trophy cabinet, oven, etc., as well as 2 kittens, all filled in each box. At the end of the packing, Link found that in this villa, except for the gym equipment, there were not many things that belonged to him. Taylor moved the things away, and the whole villa was suddenly empty. Amy, call Annie and tell her that I want to go to her house, Taylor, and ask her if it's convenient, Link said while standing on the lawn. Taylor doesn't live in an apartment in the city center anymore. Not long ago, she bought a villa in the mid-levels of Beverly Hills. She plans to give it to Annie and Tom. She lives there now. Link was a little annoyed. Call her. I want to go to her house to take a look and have a serious talk. Ask her if she agrees. Okay. Emily was nervous for a moment, and then she called Mrs. Andrea. After Mrs. Andrea asked Taylor, she said that it would be okay during the day at noon. After sending Emily and her group away, Link thought a lot, thinking of the girl who bandaged her calf on the island, and the little bits and pieces of care they had for each other. He was happy, and his mood was a little complicated. He couldn't even read the documents in his hand. He changed into sportswear and went to the arm weightlifting. He lifted the 300-pound barbell for more than 100 times in one breath, and his arms were cut and strained. He practiced skipping rope for an hour with a weight of 6 pounds, and his calf was cut and almost exploded. Finally, he waved his fist and attacked the sandbag fiercely until the sandbag broke. When he came out of the gym sweating all over, the sky had already darkened, with a bright moon shining on the vast sea. The trees in the botanical garden in front of him came out of the photo studio, and occasionally there were a few birds fluttering. But his villa was quiet, not even a cat meowed. While taking a bath, he saw more than 10 missed calls and more than 30 messages on his phone. The callers were Miss Mandy, Eva Catherine, Selena, Paul Walker, etc., and the messages were also sent by these people. Ms. Mandy asked him what happened with Taylor. Now the internet is full of news about their breakup. If they didn't break up, it's better to explain it. If they didn't explain it, the media would assume that they had broken up. Others were also asking about this news and asked him if he wanted to go out for a drink. Link picked out a few replies, threw down his phone, picked up his tablet, and lay in the bathtub to browse. Since returning to Los Angeles, he has become the most respected figure in the entire entertainment industry. Many reporters and paparazzi squatted near the villa area, observing his and Taylor's every move. The media also promptly posted on the internet the news that Ms. Mandy, Mrs. Andrea, and Catherine left the villa at around 1 o'clock. Taylor left the villa at around 3 o'clock, which caused entertainment reporters to follow him frantically, and even the luggage Taylor took away was photographed. Since then, the media has speculated that the two had a falling out and were facing a breakup. At around 6 o'clock, the moving company's car left the Bay Villa area, and online reports of similar breakup news also reached a peak, all using words such as real hammer, 100% certain, and witness to hype the matter. Searching for link Taylor breakup on Google, there are as many as 137,000 related links, including articles, videos, and pictures, which directly occupy the top 3 hotspots on all news websites. Tonight is like a feast for all the melon-eating people. Link opened Twitter. Influenced by the pornographic video, his fans increased from more than 21 million to 35.47 million in just 10 days, making him the first Twitter user to have more than 30 million fans. His tweets usually received more attention than the headlines of many large newspapers. "We haven't broken up yet, so don't talk nonsense." After the tweet was posted, the number of likes, comments and reposts increased exponentially every minute. In just 5 minutes, more than 3,000 comments burst out. Link, don't be stubborn. The moving company's truck is here. It's clear that Taylor dumped you. You should learn to accept reality. Happy breakup, scumbag Link. Taylor is so cool. This is how scumbags should be. One shot kill. Don't give him any chance. Mr. Baker, I still think it's not good to tweet at night. Link, you asked for this. You have a girlfriend as good as Taylor, but you still mess around outside. All men are the same. Link, don't be sad. We will always support you. Link flipped through the comments. Most of them were teasing him, mocking him, and blaming him. There were also a few comments expressing sympathy for each other, believing that they were a perfect match, and that it would be a pity to break up like this, and they advised Link to take active action to win back Taylor. Under one of the comments, Link replied to a seemingly experienced netizen, asking what he should do to get his girlfriend's forgiveness. Seeing him in person in the comment section, the fans immediately went wild and rushed to the comment section to give him advice. Some suggested giving him a carload of roses and tulips, a large diamond, and taking Taylor to the sea. Some netizens even advised him to just do a wall bang and tie Taylor back. The more ruthless suggestion was to cut off his third limb to beg for forgiveness. There were all kinds of suggestions, and none of them were reliable. Link simply stopped reading the nonsense of netizens, got up from the bathtub, put on his pajamas, and slept in the moonlight tonight. Chapter 294 Understanding Leonardo. Beep. Beep. At noon, when he drove his car out of the Bay Area, the paparazzi waiting on both sides of the street recognized his car and rushed over with a bang. There were several people, and it felt like the paparazzi of the entire Hollywood. Link, the internet said that you were kicked by Taylor. Is it true? Link, last night you asked netizens how to apologize. Didn't you go to Taylor to ask for forgiveness today? The paparazzi surrounded his car, scrambling to ask questions about him and Taylor. Some people even slapped the car window glass, as if they were going to break the car window and pull him out for an interview. In this situation, his driver Bob kept honking the horn for more than 10 seconds. The shrill whistle made the surrounding paparazzi cover their ears and retreat. The car had to break through the siege and accelerate to the main road. Then a group of paparazzi in the rearview mirror did not come to interview the news, and they were so angry that they cursed. The car drove north from Santa Monica Boulevard for more than 20 kilometers and arrived at the Billy Hill Villa district, the crowded apartment residential area at the foot of Linshan Mountain, backed by the beautiful Beverly Hills, opposite the crowded apartment residential streets of Los Angeles, and the magnificent sea view of the Pacific Ocean. Looks very good. Taylor's villa is on the north side of Coldwater Canyon Street. It is not large. It is a single family villa with white stone steps, several artistic stone sculptures, and a beautiful small garden. It is a very warm and comfortable place. Considering the paparazzi at the foot of the mountain, Link suddenly felt that living in Beverly Hills was not bad. It felt like a hidden place in the city and a quiet place in the bustling city. When Link gathered a pot of camellia and walked into the villa courtyard, Emily was there too. She made him a cup of coffee and left the semi-open living room, leaving only him and Taylor to interact. You can lean on each other, pull each other, or even press each other without any scruples, but today, facing Taylor with a cold face, he even needs to think carefully before speaking. You are great here, how about I move in too? Link said shamelessly, holding a coffee cup. Taylor glanced at him and closed the magazine in his hand. Is this why you came here? I actually planned to continue to apologize to you, but I also felt that what you said, apology is meaningless. I will use practical actions to prove that I will not make the same mistake again. What do you mean by the same mistake? Taylor asked coldly. The Emma Watson incident. Next time a girl approaches me, I will not push them away with suspicion, nor will I continue to keep in touch with such girls. Do you think I should believe you? I said I did it. Link said firmly. He woke up alone last night. After getting up, he found that he was used to the days with Taylor around. Without her, he always felt that something was missing, and he felt that everything he did was wrong. After thinking about it, he decided to cut off those half-hearted thoughts in his heart, chase Taylor back, and live with her honestly. It might be good to live like this for the rest of his life. After all, no matter how rich a person is, he must learn to be satisfied. The degree of greed will only make him more empty. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Let's play a confession game. Taylor leaned forward slightly, and his blue eyes followed him and asked, tell me honestly, since we officially started in February last year, how many women have you slept with privately? No. Link Baker, it's not that I don't give you a chance, it's that you don't know how to cherish it. You can go now. Taylor picked up the magazine and said indifferently, okay, I confess, there was only one time, it was on the crew, but that time didn't count at all. I was drunk that time, and I didn't remember anything after waking up. You know, I can't drink much. Link. Taylor raised his head and smiled coldly, so you also messed around with others on the crew? I was alone at home, and asked you to go out to film, but you messed around with others on the crew? Honey, I swear, I was really drunk that time. Link said, raising his finger. Link, you are a man. Stop making excuses, okay? You know you can't drink much, but you still drink with other women. Is being drunk an excuse? Honey, I know I was wrong, and I will quit drinking in the future. Link said helplessly. Don't call me honey, I feel tired. Well, except for that time, there really is no more. Link, you wasted another chance. At the Grammy Awards in January, did you think I couldn't smell the perfume on you? Taylor picked up a magazine and threw it at him. Link was stunned. After that, he remembered changing his clothes. How could Taylor hear it? It's the perfume on the makeup artist. The makeup artist is a woman. Still lying. Link, you are so disappointing. Taylor shook his head and sneered. I saw a few scratches on your back from the dinner party at night. Don't tell me you are blowing yourself. Link's forehead was sweating when he heard it. Taylor was too careful. He suddenly understood why some men like silly and sweet women, because they are stupid and very easy to fool, unlike Taylor, who is too smart, smarter than himself. Cheating under her nose is similar to playing extreme challenge and wilderness survival, and he is also very careless. Seeing Taylor's increasingly cold expression, Link knew that he probably had no chance, so he simply said, okay, I cheated on you, and you know the reason. I'm lustful, and I don't have enough resistance to the temptation of the opposite sex. These are my own problems, but I didn't leave them alone. I've been working hard to correct them. What was my purpose for this problem? Of course, it's because I love you. If I didn't love you and didn't care about your feelings, I could have cheated on you countless times in the past year or so, but I didn't do that. I only cheated on you twice, and that happened under very complicated circumstances. Taylor, I'm working hard to correct myself and make myself better. Will you give me a chance? Humph. If our identities were reversed and I cheated on you once, would you give me a chance? Taylor. Link looked at his fist, and he definitely couldn't. Regardless of ancient and modern times, for normal men, being cheated on is absolutely a great shame. This has nothing to do with love. It involves a man's personality. Even if a human being is reduced to a four-legged animal, humans instinctively maintain their personality. So since you are a man, you cheated, I must forgive you, but I'm a woman, and you would mind it very much if I was just drinking, chatting, and working with the opposite sex in the bar. Do all men demand strictness from their companions and treat themselves with tolerance like you? Taylor sneered. Link had nothing to say. This is the disadvantage of having a smart girlfriend. Sometimes you can't even win the debate. He suddenly understood a little bit about Leonardo, whom he despised. Before, he thought that Leonardo had been dating girls for more than 20 years, and he had been fighting monsters in the novice area, so his dating skills must be terrible. After experiencing this, he found that Leo was a smart man. In order to accompany you more, I ended the world performance early. Even if I went out to collect materials for the tour, I could often see you go home. And you were intimate with other women backstage during the boxing match, and you were messing around with other women in the crew when filming. We attended the award ceremony together, and we haven't seen each other for only 20 minutes. Can you get together with other women? Do you respect me? Have you ever felt the way I do? Taylor asked with red eyes. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I will definitely correct it in the future. Link held her hand and tried to hug her. Don't touch me. Taylor pushed him away coldly and pointed at the door. You can leave now. You are no longer welcome here. Seeing that she didn't slow down, Link sighed, said I'm sorry, and got up and left the villa. Taylor fell on the sofa and cried. Mrs. Andrea walked down the stairs, patted her back gently, and comforted her not to be sad. Mom, I really like him, and I'm against starting a family with him, but the things he did disappointed me so much. I can't be like other women who know everything in their hearts, but pretend not to want to continue thinking about him. That way I will be very awkward and even doubt myself. Taylor cried in Mrs. Andrea's arms. I understand. Mrs. Andrea sighed softly. The thing she was most worried about happened. Taylor is too strong. Whether in music, life, or partners, he pursues perfection. He can't tolerate any flaws in his eyes. As long as she sees a problem, he will decisively break away. There is no perfect partner in the world. The closer the relationship, the more you can find each other's flaws. If Taylor chooses like this, can he find a suitable partner in the future? Mrs. Andrea was secretly worried. She put her arm around Taylor's shoulders and said, I told you that men are all children. There are no children who are born sensible and don't get into trouble. There are also few men who are well behaved after adolescence. Women are mothers. We need to teach him, change him, and train him little by little to get the person we want. Link is not a perfect boyfriend, but he is much better than boys of the same age. He is also more mature and stable than people of the same age, and has fewer problems. If you miss him, Mom, I won't add to your words. Men can be children, but women must be mothers? Can't women be children? And can men really be trained to be good children? Just like Dad, you have lived with him for 20 years, constantly transforming and influencing him, but what is the result? Well, he thinks he has done things that others don't know. Mom, I'm not you, who can hold Dad's hand generously, and I don't want to be a woman like you. I want to live my own way and never change myself for anyone. Taylor said as she wiped away her tears. Mrs. Andrea stopped trying to persuade Taylor, saying that a smart, strong, and tough girl like Taylor might have a different way of living, and there was no need to live like an ordinary person. Chapter 295. It's time for Eva to take action. When Link's car came out of Beverly Hills, the paparazzi smelled a bloody bulldog and rushed to their car frantically. There were a large group of them, more than the previous group. They all stood in front of the car and refused to let it leave. Some surrounded the car and the sound of hitting the car window glass was deafening. Fortunately, the car window glass was bulletproof, otherwise it would have been smashed to pieces. While Ace glanced at Link in the rearview mirror, Link sat in the back seat with his eyes closed and said nothing. Bob kept honking the horn. The shrill whistle made many paparazzi retreat, but some still surrounded the car, as if they would not let them go until they got the news. The two sides were deadlocked for 3 minutes until the surrounding patrol police arrived, drew their pistols, and ordered the paparazzi to retreat, and the car returned to the main road in the city. Although no news was obtained from Link, as Mandy said, silence is an answer. When Link left Farley Hill, the news that he failed to find Taylor and announce their breakup once again topped the headlines of major news websites and social platforms. Major media outlets also wrote long articles about this, and even many news websites' top 10 search lists were all about the same news. Some blamed Link, saying that he had missed the best girlfriend in the world. Some blamed Taylor, so he trusted the wrong person. Some regretted that another generation of golden boys and girls in the music industry had a tragic breakup, and that true love was hard to find in the entertainment industry. Some analyzed each other's love story in detail, from falling in love to breaking up, who was more responsible. Although many people would curse when reading the search list, saying that they were wasting public resources on these meaningless entertainment news every day, while ignoring national events. But they would still enjoy reading while cursing. Consuming this kind of news is to find a little fun in the dull life. Knock, knock. The calm of the office of the president of Link Music in New York was broken by a rapid knock on the door. Come in. Hearing the voice in the room, Lana Del Rey rushed into Evica's office with a tablet computer. Although she is now wearing a fashionable Prada tight skirt, her long golden brown curly hair is draped over her fair body and shoulders. Her long eyelashes and delicate makeup have the style of a classic British beauty. But privately, she is still the girl who wants to be a rock singer. What's wrong? Behind the large desk, Evica put down the pen in her hand and looked up at Lana. Eva, have you seen the news? Link and Taylor broke up. Lana walked to Evica with a tablet computer, excitedly swiping the tablet computer, her face full of satisfaction of eating big news. Did they announce it? No. However, many media reporters have verified that they saw Link enter Beverly Hills Road at 12:20 and come out to meet at 12:55. The meeting time was less than 40 minutes, which means that the chat was not pleasant. In addition, when Link left Farley Hill, several entertainment reporters surrounded his car, hoping that he would say something. The two sides were deadlocked for 4 or 5 minutes, and Link never showed up or said a word. This was not in line with Link's style. In the past, no matter when he met reporters, he would chat for a few words. Now he didn't say a word, which proved that he was in a very bad mood and indirectly proved that he could not get Taylor's forgiveness. At present, the media have concluded that they have broken up. Lana is worthy of being a singer. She finished a long paragraph without breathing, but her beautiful cheeks were flushed with excitement. Evica glanced at her and leaned back in the sofa chair. Lana, what are you happy about? Don't forget that Link is your boss and your guide. Is it appropriate for you to be so excited when you heard that he was kicked out? Lana shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Eva, I'm not happy. No, I'm happy for you. You like Link too. You like him very much, right? Before, I asked you why you didn't take the initiative to pursue Link. You didn't tell me the answer. Now I understand. Are you waiting for Link and Taylor to break up? You are so amazing. How can you predict that they will break up? I predicted that they would break up. Evica crossed her slender fingers and smiled. Don't worry about me. You found out that there was a problem between them a long time ago, so you didn't rush to cheat. Tell me your opinion. Let me learn from you. Lana pulled a round stool over and sat on Evica. Evica smiled slightly, stood up from the top, walked to the small bar, picked up a bottle of Lafite, and poured 2 glasses of red wine. She wore slim straight pants and a light blue square neck silk shirt. She was tall and plump, more sexy than the hottest women in the entertainment industry, but her dignified and cold expression and smart temperament made her appearance not so easy to provoke. Lana followed her to the bar, carrying a neatly arranged meal, and sat on the round sofa by the French window. I didn't guess that they would break up, but I saw the hairstyle and understood some human nature. Link and Taylor are young and excellent. People like them will definitely encounter many temptations after entering the entertainment industry. If they are more mature, know what is behind the temptation, know what is more precious, and maybe they can resist the temptation. But they are too young and met too early. It is not easy to go on for a long time. Evica leaned against the sofa and said slowly. Lana nodded slightly, blinked her long eyelashes and smiled. Eva, Link is single. When are you going to make a move? What move? Evica brewed a sip. Her plump red lips were bright red and dripping. Don't pretend. You love Link. You love him very much. That's why you haven't found a male companion for so long. Now he is finally single. Shouldn't you take the opportunity to make a move? Lana leaned sideways on the sofa and smiled. Ivica frowned and thought for a while, then said, I'm 5 or 6 years older than him. Will he accept me? Of course, Eva, you are Miss Ivica. You are so smart, so beautiful, so capable, and so mean. All the men in the upper class circles of New York regard you as a dream woman. Just a word from you makes them indulge in fairy tales. How could anyone not like a woman like you? How could Link refuse? Besides, Link is feeling empty now. I dare say that, as long as you open your mouth, he will never say to you, I do. Lana said excitedly. Ivica thought about it again, and thought for a while. It feels a little too early. First, they haven't officially broken up yet, so it's not appropriate to intervene in advance. Second, from what I know about him, he probably won't pursue a stable relationship for the time being. Lana rolled her eyes helplessly. Ivica is very smart and does things very smartly, but sometimes she is too smart, which makes her very hesitant when encountering things related to herself, and lacks the spontaneity and straightforwardness that a young person should have. Do you know which group in Hollywood is most interested in Link besides the paparazzi now? Lana said with a serious expression. What group? Of course it's the group of unmarried female singers and models. Lana waved her hand. Eva, you should know how good Link is. He is the sexiest, most powerful, youngest, richest and most talented man in the world. He is the dream of countless women all over the world. This is not when Link and Taylor had not broken up. The group of women in the entertainment industry ignored the rumors and kept seducing Link, making Link make mistakes, and destroying their relationship. Now they have succeeded, and Link is single. Will they let go of this good opportunity? Of course not. They will pounce on Link like poisonous snakes, bite him with their fangs, and wrap their bodies around him tightly. As long as they can become Link's women, they can have the most perfect boyfriend in the world, experience the best sex in the world, and share Link's wealth and honor. Who would lose such a thing? Absolutely no one. Waka looked at the shaking wine in the glass and remained silent. Lana saw that she was almost dying of anxiety. She pulled Ivica's arm and said, Eva, what are you still hesitating about? Now you have the greatest advantage and the best chance to catch Link and block the attack of those crazy women. If you hesitate any longer, other women will climb into his bed and become Link's next girlfriend. Let's do it. Ivica smiled slightly, went back to the desk, and opened the folder. Let them fight. I think it's more appropriate to continue to treat Link as a partner. Lana saw her unhurried posture and lay weakly on the sofa. Chapter 296 Second week album sales. Undefeated boxing champion Link failed on the second day after Link left Farley Hill. The Los Angeles Times headline used a very shocking headline to trigger a wave of enthusiasm among the hosts of the day. The article was also the most read news in the United States that day. When readers saw this news, they subconsciously thought that Link had failed in the boxing match and was defeated by his opponent. Everyone knows that Link is very strong. No one has ever been able to hold 3 circles in his hands. Now he has failed. How did he fail? Who defeated him? Seeing this headline, everyone thought of a lot of things in an instant and quickly opened the newspaper or clicked the mouse. This article was written by Mr. Mike Hiltzik, the editor-in-chief of the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times. In the article, he said that since his debut, Link has won many battles and never tasted defeat in both the boxing and music circles. He is very powerful, but this time he was defeated miserably in the emotional issue. It was Taylor. Mr. Hiltzik praised Link and Taylor as both great young people, but too immature in dealing with emotional issues. He advised the two to have a good talk, and also advised Link not to give up too early. Find Taylor to apologize more times. Maybe he could save the defeat. After reading the article, everyone can't help but curse dead title party. In addition to the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, the American Express, USA Today, CBA TV, NBC TV and other large media have conducted more in-depth reports on this matter, which is equivalent to investigating and studying the relevant love story as a story case, and there are many opinions. On the internet, the news about Link and Taylor is more popular and more chaotic. On many social platforms, Taylor's fans openly accused Link of cheating, being a playboy, and bearing the unshakable responsibility for their breakup. At the same time, they scolded Emma Watson, using many letters starting with F and B. Many of Link's fans also stood up to defend him, saying that the video was fake, and Link and Emma were just kissing, which was not cheating at all, and that Taylor was making a fuss. There were also Emma's fans who said that Link and Emma had been together in June 2008, half a year earlier than Taylor, and that their kiss was a rekindled love, not a third party's intervention. They also posted a photo of Link and Emma taken in Miami and Orlando that had not been publicized before, saying that they were more suitable for each other. Since Link, Taylor and Emma are all popular stars with many fans, the three-party fan group set up online, causing a lot of noise and contributing a lot of fresh melons to the melon-eating crowd. The newspaper is out. Let's eat first. Catherine put down a plate of vegetable salad, took off her apron, put it on the sofa chair opposite and sat down. Link picked up the newspaper and began to repeat Catherine's Italian breakfast. The breakfast was simple. Just remove the croissant, a seafood pasta, an Italian soup, an Italian steak, and a vegetable salad. Although the quantity was not much, the method was very delicate, and the color, appearance, and taste were all good, so he, who had been cooking for many years, could not raise any questions. Catherine, your Italian food is better than that of Michelin chefs. Teach me when you have time. You are a big star. How can you like to cook? Catherine smiled. I know a lot of cooking. I can satisfy my appetite and make others happy. I think this is a very useful life skill. Yes, I agree with this. Catherine took Link's fork, stopped and said, Link, I know a girl who cooks very well, is very caring, and looks very beautiful. Don't you want to meet her? Link shook his head and replied, I just want to learn how to cook, but suddenly I find a chef as my girlfriend. If I chat and cook with her every day, it may be boring after a long time. Okay. Catherine smiled and followed him. The post-production of the Scandal project has been completed, and the distribution is currently being negotiated with Warner. It is scheduled to be released in July or August. The preparatory work for the movie Bridesmaids has been completed, and the actors have all been selected. It is planned to start shooting in June. The main filming sites of the movie are in Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Boston and other places. It is expected to take about 2 months. Link's company has also received many budgets. Catherine and the production department have selected 2 low-cost female-themed movies and plan to produce them in the second half of the year or next year. After the release of the Scandal project, how much holdings are recovered will determine it. Link refused. Even if the investment in a low-cost movie fails, it will not lose much money. On the contrary, it can accumulate some experience. He does not want to interfere. If he does not encounter a good budget, he will recommend 1 or 2. Link, do you remember the Buried Alive you took back before the new year? When are you going to shoot it? Catherine served him a bowl of thick soup. Link thought about it. After the release of the 3rd album, he will continue to tour and shoot Midnight in Paris and Snowflower and The Secret Fan. There is not much time in the next few months. The end of the year or the beginning of next year. Link took a sip of the seafood soup and couldn't help but wipe it off. It had been 3 days since he started eating. It tasted so fresh. He dipped it in croissants, and it was delicious. How is the decoration of the new apartment? It will be done by the end of the month. I'm preparing it. Very good. Annie is too young. You can stay with her to take care of her, and you can work with peace of mind. Link. Catherine glanced at him and looked at him nervously. I left you a long time ago, and now I leave Annie at home for work. Do you think I'm not a good mother? Link was stunned for a moment and smiled. I have this idea, but now it is the 21st century. Your identity is not only a mother, but also an agent, colleague, producer, president, and people require you to be a good mother. Catherine smiled slightly. Link, thank you for understanding me. Sometimes I wonder, if I didn't leave you, would you become as good as you are now? I don't think it should be possible. I can't teach such an excellent son like you, so I'm considering not treating Annie the same way I treat you. Maybe Annie in the future can also become a very powerful person. Point, are you kidding? Link asked speechlessly. Catherine laughed a few times and said of course. While eating breakfast, assistant Mizana also came to the villa and brought him a new issue of the Bulletin brand magazine. Next week's work, The Woman I Love, was released in the second week, with a total sales of 813,000 copies in the United States. The decline widened, but it also became the second album in music history to break 1 million in the first week and still sell more than 800,000 copies in the second week. The first was the third album No Strings Attached released by SNSD in 2000, with sales of 2.41 million copies in the first week and 867,000 copies in the second week. The 7-day sales of The Woman I Love were 139,000, 122,000, 87,000, 65,000, 117,000. 132,000, and 151,000 copies respectively. On Wednesday, the day when the video of him and Emma was exposed, there were many news accusing him on the internet, saying that he was a scumbag and an emotional liar. The album sales were also affected, falling below 100,000. On Wednesday, he and Link Music made a surprise release, but the effect was average, causing sales to continue to decline on Thursday. It may also be because the video was exposed. The new album's exposure in the media increased significantly, and with the strong support of fans, on Friday, the album sales rose against the trend, and the album sales exceeded 100,000 copies for 3 consecutive days. Because from Monday to Sunday, the album is oval-shaped, with a smile with upturned corners, and because the right corner of the mouth is higher, it looks like a smirk. Billboard named it Link's smirk. The Woman I Love has sold 2.55 million copies so far, making this album the best-selling album in the United States this year. The runner-up in album sales this week is Usher's Raymond v. Raymond, with sales of 424,000 copies in the first week. Although this result is not bad, compared with other releases, it has a great chance of winning the weekly championship. But Link's sales of 813,000 copies in the second week are still a long way off. In third place is Justin Bieber's My World 2.0, with sales of 156,000 copies in the fifth week and cumulative sales of 1.18 million copies in the United States. Fourth place is Need You by Antebellum, with sales of 66,000 copies in the 15th week and cumulative sales of 2.1 million copies. This album has a good reputation and sales are still strong. Fifth place is Deal or No Deal by Wiz Khalifa, with sales of 38,000 copies in the 6th week and cumulative sales of 756,000 copies in the United States. Sixth place is Kesha's first album Animals, which ranked 10th with sales of 24,000 copies and cumulative sales of 814,000 copies. It is expected to exceed 1 million copies for the whole year. This week, there are 8 albums in the top 200 albums with weekly sales of more than 10,000 copies, a decrease of 22% from last week. On the singles chart, this week's champion single is Girls Like You. This is also Link's first album with 2 champion singles, and this song is also his third champion single this year. The remaining songs Everything You Need, Here With You, Someone You Loved, Stay With and Me are still in the top 10, and Legends Never Die, The Woman I Love and All of Me are still in the top 100 of the singles chart. Anna also brought a piece of news. SB Entertainment has filed a lawsuit against the network engineer who repaired the computer and his friends, accusing them of stealing private property, illegally disseminating other people's videos for profit, and infringing on personal privacy. They demanded 30 million yuan in compensation from several people and publicly apologized to SB, Link, Emma and others. The preliminary local court has accepted the case. At the same time, Link Music's legal department also filed a lawsuit against news platforms and media such as YouTube, MySpace, and Yahoo. They sued several parties for publishing unverified news and unauthorized video clips, infringing Link's personal privacy, and illegally making profits. They demanded compensation of $100 million for Link's mental damages. Dynasty Promotions also filed a lawsuit against O2 Media Management Company, demanding compensation of £10 million for mental and reputational damages due to the exposure of loopholes in their security measures, which led to the leakage of Link's privacy. In addition, Link Studio also reported the case to the British police, asking them to arrest the person who filmed the video secretly. because the other party was not only suspected of illegal filming, but also suspected of fraud and adultery, seriously infringing Link and Emma Watson's privacy and reputation. The case received by the London police has been accepted. Link has taken intensive large-scale actions and raised several large-scale compensations. The purpose is not to ask for compensation, but to hype. On the one hand, this method can attract the attention of the media and the public, prove that the video is fake, and Link is also an innocent victim, so as to save his flood. On the other hand, in the process of hearing this case, it can also increase Link's exposure and increase album sales. Chapter 297, Becoming a Hot Toy. With so many lawsuits, should I go to court? Link asked as he flipped through the documents at the table. Yes, a lawyer can go to court, Ms. Anna. Link nodded and felt a little relieved. Litigation in the United States and the United Kingdom is a long and complicated process. If he has to attend every court session with VIPs, it will cause him a lot of trouble. After reading a few documents, he flipped through the work schedule for this week. It was still a full week, including promoting the album, boxing training, shooting the new album MV, participating in the press conference, the interview of Jamie Kimmel Live, the IBF World Boxing Championship defense, and the upcoming filming of Midnight in Paris. He needs to figure out the role and memorize the role. I'll have some more time to deal with my relationship with Taylor, Link said, putting down the daily schedule. Ms. Anna nodded, took out her notebook and asked, "Boss, how are you going to deal with it? Break up with Taylor, or want to win her back? Different decisions require different times. Link, what are your plans for you and Taylor?" Catherine was cleaning the table. Link shrugged and said, "This matter is my fault. I hurt Taylor. I can't just walk away like this. I plan to find a time to talk to her again. Even if we have to break up, we should leave a good ending for eternity." Link, it's good that you think this way. It also shows that you are a responsible person. Just do as you said. Deal with your problems with Taylor first. Other things can be postponed. Catherine patted his shoulder. Link was afraid. Some things are simple to say, but too difficult to do. Others thought that Taylor had a quarrel with him and broke up because of the video. In fact, during the more than 1 year of consideration, many problems and hidden diseases had accumulated and were not released. This video was just a fuse. When the fuse was lit, with a bang, all the problems broke out. It was difficult to solve these problems. Link thought about it seriously. "Anna, please contact Emily and help me make an appointment with Taylor. I want to talk to her again." "Okay, I'll contact her right away." Ms. Anna nodded and left. Ding dong. The phone on the desktop rang. Link picked it up and took a look. It was a message from Katy Perry. She asked him if he was free today because she was having a party at home in the afternoon. She also invited Blake Lively, Rihanna, and Emma Roberts to chat with him. Link replied that he had received a script and would meet the director in the afternoon and politely declined her invitation. He was having a conflict with Taylor, and going to Katy Perry's party at this time made him feel that he did not respect Taylor enough, and on the other hand, he was alienating himself and did not value this relationship. He was definitely a man. Ding dong. Another message came. Emma Roberts asked him if he would not go to the boxing gym for training at noon. She had time today and planned to practice. Link was a little suspicious. Katy Perry just said that she would have a party at home and invited Emma Roberts. Emma said she wanted to come to practice boxing. After thinking about it, he replied that he would train at the gym between 10 and 2. Ding dong. Another message came. Lady Gaga sent a message saying that the recording of Legends Never and I was completed and asked him when he could go over to listen to them and give some comments. Link asked her when she was going to release them, and Lady Gaga said that they would be ready next week. Link looked at his agenda and replied that he had time on the weekend. Ding dong ding dong. He received quota messages one after another. Michelle Rodriguez asked him if he had time to go racing together and asked Paul Walker to join. Link said that he would contact Paul first because he was a busy man. Another message came from supermodel Doubts and Crows, who he had worked with before, asking him when he would shoot the music video for his new album, and not to forget her, his old friend. Link said yes, he was designing the music video script and would invite her if there was a suitable role. Ding dong. Ding dong. In addition to Doughton Crow's reply, he also received messages from Amanda Seyfried, Lindsay Lohan and others. Even Amber Heard, who had broken up with him for more than a year, sent a message saying that she was going to return the $1 million deposit to Taylor and asked if she could continue to be his girlfriend. Seeing the word deposit, Link was a little confused. What is this about being a tool? According to Amber, Taylor paid a deposit of $1 million last year and lent it to him from her invoice. Now that 1 year has expired, she still wants the money and wants to take the person back. Link shook her head and asked her to contact Taylor's assistant. What's wrong? Catherine came out of the kitchen and put down a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. My mother sent me a lot of messages today, which feels a little strange. Link replied to the message. Isn't this normal? You are the best boy in the world and I like your mother very much. In the past, with Taylor around, they didn't dare to act too much. Today, the media are reporting that you and Taylor broke up. You have become single nobles. They all have opportunities. Of course, they will send you messages to see if there is a chance to become your next girlfriend. Catherine smiled slightly. Is that so? Link was a little surprised. If what Catherine said was true, even Lady Gaga and tomboy Michelle Rodriguez commanded him here. This is too exaggerated. Ding ling ling. This is not a message, but a phone call. The caller is Selena. What's wrong? It's almost 9 o'clock. Don't tell me you're still dreaming in bed. No, I got up early, at 8 o'clock, and didn't sleep in. I called to ask if you have anything to do at noon. Millie and I are going to drive to Huntington Beach in Southern California for a trip. Do you want to join us? Selena asked in a lively voice. Link smiled lightly. Are you really going to attend? A lot of girls just sent me messages and invited me to their parties. Catherine said that it was because the media reported that I was single and those girls who beat me up all ran to date together. You are also looking for me to date, not to me, right? That won't do. We are brother and sister. Arsehole Link, you are talking nonsense. It was Millie, Kesha and the others who asked me to call and ask you out, not me, not me. I won't shoot at you. I like puppies, I like crabs, and I won't like shameless guys like you. Ba ba ba. Selena had a look of ignited explosives, and she bombarded him violently into the microphone, then hung up the phone angrily without even saying goodbye. What's wrong with Selena? What's irritating her? Link asked puzzledly. Catherine said nothing, turned around and walked out to the hall and laughed. Link shook his head and replied, and sent a message to Selena, saying that he had something to do today, and had no time to go out and play, and that they could go on a family trip next month when Annie came. He also reminded her to be careful on the road, not to go to remote places, and it would be best to bring an assistant. He sent 3 messages in a row before Selena replied to him once. Stop, keep nagging. I don't want to bother with you. Link smiled lightly and picked up his phone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. Let's pick up girls. At around 9 o'clock, Link drove to the beach boxing gym for training. At around 10 o'clock, Emma Roberts also came over with her training bag and said she wanted to train with him. Compared to before, he felt that Emma seemed to be more petite and light, and she smelled good. She was a good date, but right now he hadn't settled his affairs with Taylor, and he wasn't in the mood to mess around. Link, you're really unromantic. Beside the boxing training field, De La Hoyle looked at Emma Roberts, who were practicing boxing in the sandbag area, and then looked at Link, who was drinking water next to him. It's obvious that Emma asked you out to play, but you're here teaching her boxing. Don't you think it's too much to let a little girl who looks like a Barbie doll box? No, this is a boxing ring, not an entertainment venue. Link wiped the sweat off his body with a towel and put on his gloves again. Link, although we are boxers, we are also human beings. It is impossible for a normal person's life to be only about boxing. I think you will seize the time and pick up more girls while you are young. This era is so good, with an open atmosphere and rampant material desires. As long as you have money, you can pick up many girls. Unlike in the past, if you pick up too many girls, you will be criticized by critics, and if the age gap is too big, you will be pointed at by others. This era is great, but it's a pity that I'm no longer young. Link, I really envy you. You are young and strong, and you have all the conditions to become a playboy, so don't waste time, just pick up girls directly. De La Hoya patted his shoulder and encouraged. Link smiled lightly. I heard that, before you were 27 years old, you had a regular girlfriend and your private life was relatively healthy. After breaking up with your girlfriend, you started to mess around, going in and out of bars and nightclubs with young models, and became a well-known playboy in the boxing world. Also in the second year of your fall, you lost to WBC welterweight champion Felix Trinidad unexpectedly, but you did not learn your lesson, and continued to mess around, and continued to lose to Sean Mosley, Hopkins, Mayweather, and Pacquiao. So are you teaching me the experience of failure? Hehe. Morales next to him heard his words, and laughed with his big white teeth. De La Hoya glared at Morales with a dark face, asking him to shut up, and then said to Link, Fallen? I'm the boxer with the highest appearance fee in the world, and you said I'm fallen? And the reason why I was defeated by Trinidad and others is because I'm old and my physical functions are declining, which has nothing to do with my private life. I remember Trinidad Christian is the same age, Hopkins is 8 years older than you, Roy Jones Jr., Holyfield is still fighting in the boxing ring in his 40s and constantly winning, so age is the key? Question mark? Link shook his head, looking at the boxing ring in the middle, and said, Ring magazine once named you the 10 most regrettable boxing champions in boxing history. I think you should at least be in the top 3. If you were more disciplined in your private life, when you were young, you would have a lot of opportunities to become a legendary boxer like Rocky Marciano. It's a pity that you didn't do it. After that, Link called Morales to the boxing ring and started the fight. Crab. De La Hoya looked at Link's back, clenched his fists tightly, and gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard's mouth is too poisonous. Listening to him talk can make people angry to death. Link is so right. Coach Brooks sat on the bench, glanced at Hoya, who was wearing a suit even in the hot weather, and said, before Link appeared, you were the most qualified light-skinned boxer I have ever seen. It's a pity that you spent too much time on women, enjoyment, and business, which would also lead to the rapid growth of your troops. Besides, don't try to teach Link badly with this method. With the current gap between you and Link, even if Link has 10 more girlfriends, you can't beat him in the year-end competition. Coach Brooks saw him and thought of a psychological term, the method of spiritual victory. Mr. De La Hoya, the weather is so hot, don't you feel hot in a suit? Emma Roberts came over and asked. After practicing for a while, she was sweating amazingly, a few strands of golden hair stuck to her sweaty cheeks, and her fair skin was also pink and glassy. It's not hot, it's cool. De La Hoya said nonchalantly, but you sweat a lot on your head. Emma pointed to his temples, where a few drops of sweat hung. No, it's water. I accidentally poured water on my hair when I was drinking. It's very cool. De La Hoya wiped the wet hair. Emma shrugged her delicate shoulders, holding the iced sparkling water, licked a few sips, staring at Link on the boxing ring, without blinking. Emma, do you like Link? Want to date him? Do you want me to teach you how to do it? De La Hoya said with his arms around his chest. How to do it? Emma looked at him without turning her head. Haha, it's very simple. Link is a boxer. Boxers have very strong desires. Link just broke up and has no female companions. At this time, you just need to pester him. In 7 days, he will definitely agree to a date with you. Mr. De La Hoya, this is the way you pursued girls in the 1980s and 1990s. It is no longer applicable now. Boys and girls need more space and freedom now, but thank you for your advice. Emma Elizabeth rejected his proposal and went to the boxing ring to watch Link train with a cup in her hand. Haha, young people nowadays are indeed smarter than we used to be. Coach Brooks laughed. De La Hoya's mouth twitched. He just wanted to teach Link how to pick up girls, but failed. He kindly taught Emma the experience of picking up men, but was also rejected. These people are indeed difficult to deal with. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. In the boxing ring, Link and Morales continued to practice. This week, there will be an IBF super middleweight champion defense. The opponent is the former IBF super middleweight champion Lucien Butt, who is also a very strong guy. Although Link has already mastered the victory over his opponent, his principle for the game is to be fully prepared, take every opponent seriously, and not despise anyone. Countless cases have proved that negligence is usually the beginning of failure. In addition, he also likes to train in the boxing ring. When swinging his fists, his mind will become very focused. He doesn't need anything, and has no worries. He feels that the boxing between heaven and earth is the boxing and the opponent. That feeling is very relaxing. After training for more than 4 hours, he sent the exhausted Emma Roberts home, and then came to a bar on Hollywood Boulevard as promised to talk about the movie with the director Woody Allen. Director Allen said that the heroine Jennifer Lawrence is also here, and he will introduce her to him when the time comes. Chapter 299 Jennifer Lawrence. I heard that Taylor stepped on you. Haha, you must be in a bad mood, right? On Hollywood Boulevard, in a white wine bar opened by an Italian. I came here during the day. Except for Link and the old director Woody Allen in the corner booth, there were only 7 or 8 drinkers in the booth. Because the consumption level here is not low, the people who come here for entertainment are all rich people. The drinkers are fashionable and talk elegantly. The volume of their speech is not too loud, which seriously affects the people around them. Link put down the drink list and glanced at the old man opposite who had a thin face, fashionable big framed glasses, and a gentle appearance. According to this kind of person, he should speak very elegantly, but when he talked about the news that he was kicked, he had a happy smile on his face, and the corners of his dry mouth were raised high, as if he was talking about something happy. Director Allen, the French say you are the last intellectual in the American film industry. Can someone like you still go online to read those superficial entertainment news? Of course, although I'm older than you, I can also keep up with the trend. I also registered Twitter. Come on, let's follow each other. Director Woody Allen suggested using a fruit phone to tell the story. He took out his phone to follow him. Director Allen is the latest account registered, with only 340,000 fans for the time being, which is also Woody. Link, to be honest, you must be in a bad mood recently, right? Woody a little, but you think it's so serious. One point is not wrong. The crew has completed the preliminary preparations and plans to start filming at the end of the month. Your current situation is the same as the male protagonist's experience. You broke up with your girlfriend and were broken up. Many things can be expressed without acting. I suggest you join the crew in advance and watch the plot of your breakup with Annie first. How about it? Woody Allen said. Link raised his eyebrows, feeling that this old man was mean and liked to rub salt into people's wounds. How long will it take to shoot? It depends on your and Jennifer's performance. If you perform well enough, it will take less than a month to finish. If you don't perform well, it may take more than 2 months to finish. Because I have very high requirements for actors, I won't call them out if they perform too badly, Woody Allen said. Link had an idea. According to the original plan, after the album was released, he would lead the team to continue touring, singing and promoting the new album. His reputation might be affected by the continuous recording, especially in some host countries or regions, where the punishment would be greater. The company's plan is to postpone it for a month. First use the law to stipulate the problem of the video, recover the loss of reputation, and then continue the world tour. In addition, he has been making trouble for Taylor recently, and he has no intention of running around until the problem is resolved. Okay, I'll go back and adjust my schedule, Link said. Jennifer, here. Director Allen suddenly rushed to the door and waved. A girl with a round face and obvious baby fat came over. Tall, wearing a grass green corset, black wedge heels, she walked with her waist tucked in and her chest held high, with her mandala in front of her, a little restrained. Jennifer Lawrence, nicknamed Big Cousin, has starred in The Burning Plain and Winter's Bone. Later, she became a global star with the Hunger Games series of movies. She is good at playing strong-willed heroines. It was also the first time that Link met her in person. She felt that she was taller than in the movie, with a net height of more than 175 centimeters, or thin waist and long legs, and flashy arms. She looked relatively immature. Hi, Director Allen. Hello Mr. Baker. I'm glad to meet you. Jennifer Lawrence stood in front of the table and greeted Elizabeth. Hello, Miss Lawrence. Just call me Link. From now on, we are colleagues, and it is more convenient to communicate by name. Link stood up and shook hands with the other party. Okay. Jennifer shook the hair off her ears and sat down in the empty seat next to Link. The three discussed the script and shooting plan together. This movie tells the story of an American couple who are on vacation in Paris, France. Because of different concepts, in the eyes of women, Paris is the capital of fashion, and the main purpose of coming to Paris is shopping, buying luxury goods, and eating French food. The male protagonist who is walking with Link is a writer. He prefers the cultural atmosphere, breathing exercises, impressionist painters, Louvre collections, Picasso, etc. in Paris. During the other party's travel, there was closure. On the way to a night tour of Paris, the male protagonist took a Uber car to travel back to Paris in the last century and met a French beauty. The other party was the painter Amedia, the sculptor Georges Bou. The male protagonist followed the other party to attend celebrity parties in Paris and met historical celebrities such as Picasso, Hemingway, Buñuel, and Stein. After watching it several times, the male protagonist secretly fell in love with the French beauty Adriana and gradually drifted away from his fiancée and finally broke up. Director Allen, who will play Adriana? Link asked. He and the second female lead had a kissing scene, so he was more concerned about this. Marion Cotillard, I talked to her about the script, and she is very interested in this role. Woody Allen pushed the frame of his glasses and said, Marion Cotillard is a famous French actress. She won the Oscar for Best Actress in 2008 for La Vie en Rose. She is also the dead wife of the male protagonist in Inception. She is very beautiful and is called the French Rose after Sophie Marceau. Her acting skills are also very good. It's just that the arrival of another queen of the screen has doubled the pressure on Link. Link, there is still a week before the shooting starts. I hope you can spend more time studying and reading the books on the list. At least you should know what Hemingway, Picasso, Buñuel, Dali and others have done in life, what they have experienced, and what their representative works are. Link nodded. While they were chatting, Woody Allen's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and listened. The phone rang, and Woody Allen said that he had something to do and had to leave first. They needed to chat more and get to know each other better because they would play walking lovers in the play next, and they would not have tacit understanding if they were too unfamiliar. After seeing Director Allen off, Lynn sat opposite Jennifer so that it would be more convenient to talk. Jennifer, I heard that your home is in Louisville, Kentucky. I went there last year. Louisville is a very beautiful city. Link picked up the bottle and poured a glass of wine for the other party. Thank you. Jennifer Lawrence glanced at him and smiled slightly. You were the award presenter at the National Boxing Championships in April last year. I saw the news. What a coincidence. Link smiled lightly and chatted with the other party about some acting things, saying that he had seen the other party's The Burning Plane and praised the other party's acting skills. Jennifer Lawrence also said that she had seen him play Jennifer, who was 1 year younger than him, with a cheerful personality, smart and precocious, and good at observing words and expressions. It was not difficult to get along with such a person. During the conversation, he felt as if someone was secretly filming around him. He glanced at it, but did not find the identity of the photographer, and did not pursue it. When he came out of the bar, a large group of paparazzi blocked him on the street, asked him if he was with a new girlfriend, asked him if he broke up with Taylor on a date, also asked him if he often cheated on him during his time with Taylor Lynn. Link greeted him casually with a few words and returned to the car under the escort of Wallace and others. Chapter 300 Taylor, do you have a heart? When Link left the bar, there were many news about him dating his new girlfriend on the internet. This news first appeared on Twitter. A fan tweeted that he was drinking in a bar on Hollywood Boulevard and suddenly found the big star next door, Link. He was very excited and said that when he saw Link up close, he felt that he was more handsome than in the MV. He also said that he wanted to go up and say hello, but was worried about offending him. The fan secretly took a few photos of Link from the side. It was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he happened to take pictures of him and Jennifer laughing. These photos were forwarded by many media at the same time. The title was "Link in the bar with her." According to media investigations, his new girlfriend was found to be Jennifer Lawrence, the heroine of The Burning Plain and Winter's Bone. Then many people criticized him in the comments area. They said that he had chosen his next target before he officially broke up with Taylor, and he was a real playboy. Some people also commented that his new girlfriend was far worse than Taylor and complained that he had no eyes. Link has seen this kind of eyes a lot recently, and he doesn't care much, and he doesn't even bother to post tweets about talking. He just sent a message to Taylor telling her that the other party was the heroine of Midnight in Paris, and that director Woody Allen had arranged to discuss the script, not a private date. After waiting for a quarter of a day without a response, he forwarded it to Emily. Ding dong. Not long after sending it, he unexpectedly received a reply from Taylor. Taylor said, "No need to explain, it has something to do with who you are dating." Link said, "We haven't broken up yet, you are still my girlfriend. I think it is necessary to clarify." Taylor said, "Don't you think it's ridiculous? Every time you come back from messing around outside, why don't you resist and tell me actively? When encountering such a scandal that is easy to flash, you quickly send me a message to tell me, do you want to prove that you are a good boyfriend, or do you think you are doing a very self-proclaimed job and are self-touched?" Link covered his forehead. When in love, sweet words can make people sick to death. After the breakup, Taylor's words became more and more sharp, and sometimes the words he said could choke people to death. "I didn't mean that. I just wanted you to misunderstand. At least, I'm very important," Taylor said. Link sighed, "Honey, can't we put aside the argument for now and not talk about the unpleasant things? We have lived together for more than a year and have had many happy times, right? We wrote songs in the apartment, played the piano, watched the heavy rain in New York, played in the bathroom, cooked in the kitchen, made cakes, played tennis and practiced yoga together, had sex on the balcony, on the floor, in the recording studio, in the bathroom, on the lawn, everywhere. We went to see Andrea Bocelli's concert together. Remember that time you drank a lot of wine and made me walk in a straight line by the police? We have experienced so many beautiful things. Do you remember those things? I miss all the days and things I have done with you. These are the best times I have ever experienced, and I believe you do too. So please forgive me once. We can have more beautiful stories." Taylor, "I remember. Of course I remember. But everything was messed up by you, Link Baker. It was you who messed up everything. After all, we could have a very beautiful love, even marriage, but you messed it up. Now it is broken and irreparable. Don't you think it's too late to cherish it?" Link, "Will I be sentenced to death for making a mistake just once? I've heard that true love can withstand the test of storms and rainstorms. For us, we can't even withstand a spatial twist. What kind of love is that? I've also heard that true lovers, even though they are thousands of miles apart, still subconsciously approach each other. And you give me the feeling that you are hugging me and you have never cherished or tried to save our relationship. So is it really because you found out that I cheated that you made up your mind to leave me rather than you never took it seriously and I didn't cherish this relationship?" Taylor only took 3 or 4 minutes to reply to his message. Taylor, "The days when I lived in the villa in Cuba were the best time of my life. I miss it very much, but living there often makes me nervous, as if I can't breathe. Do you know why?" Link, "Did I buy the villa? This villa is not a regular luxury house. With your net worth, you can buy 10 of them. I don't understand why you feel nervous." Taylor, "Because of you." Link, "Me?" Link was a little surprised. Although he was a little dogmatic and conservative, he usually liked to joke and was not calm. How could he make Taylor excited? Taylor, "Link, you are so good. Your musical talent is great. Every album is so good. Every song is so classic. I often need to think for several nights to write a good song, but you just want to have a meeting. You can come up with something. I can't write a song in a year. Compared to you, I'm too ordinary." When we attended the award ceremony before, there were fans shouting my name, and one called you. But this year, when we attended the red carpet, the fans were shouting you. Even when others introduced me, they said I was your girlfriend, instead of introducing my name directly. I don't know when. I gradually became your foil, became your vassal. I began to become confused. Is this the life I want? Becoming a big shot Annie, is this what I pursue? No. I have a musical dream. I want to stand on the world's largest stage and sing to the master. When I can be with you, you protect me like a big tree, and also shield me. I gradually felt my inspiration dried up, and I became lazy and unmotivated. You were like a quagmire, swallowing me up little by little. I hated that state, so I wanted to leave there and leave you. When I left the villa, I was reluctant to leave, but I also knew that, if I stayed there, I would be further and further away from my dream. So, I'm sorry, let's break up. Link looked at Taylor's reply and was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he came to his senses. Did Taylor make up her mind to break up because she was too good? So that day, in order to win Taylor back, he copied a song on the spot, but it backfired and made her leave faster? Link, Taylor, are you serious? Do you know why I work so hard? It's because you're so good. I'm worried that I'll do so badly and be dumped by you. So I'll keep practicing boxing to become a boxing champion. Keep practicing guitar and piano to become a singer. And then I'll invest crazily to make money. I do all this to be worthy of you. But now you tell me that I'm too good and that makes you feel pressured? Your words negate all my efforts. Taylor, you do this for me? Nonsense. I don't believe it. You do it for yourself. You want to be a big star. You want to be a billionaire. That's what you said. Link, if I were just an ordinary boxer, would you agree to be my girlfriend? Taylor, when we first started, you weren't even an Olympic champion. Link, yes, but here, you never took me seriously before, and we didn't even kiss or hug. We occasionally talked on the phone, and you excitedly told me on the phone which performance you were performing today, which performance you were performing tomorrow, who you met, and the name of your favorite male singer. You never told me when you would be back. I've heard that the entertainment industry is very chaotic. When I became your boyfriend, the thing I was most worried about was that one day I would see a rumor about you and a male singer in the newspaper. I hated that happening to me. To protect myself, I took the initiative to break up with you shortly after the American qualifiers. You didn't agree at the time, but you didn't try to keep me. At that time, you gave me a feeling of being hot and cold, sometimes far and sometimes close. It wasn't until I went to New York and we met again that our relationship went further and we confirmed our relationship. But I know that people in the entertainment industry don't take emotions seriously, regardless of whether they are men or women. In order to keep you and prevent you from being snatched away by others, I also joined the music industry. We practiced piano and wrote songs together, and we had more common topics. Then my first album was released, and I became a new star in the music industry, so we were together openly. Do you think I like singing? I don't. I'm a boxer and I only love boxing. If I could, I would rather stay in the boxing gym 24 hours a day, no matter what, but I didn't know this. If I was just a boxer, didn't understand music, and didn't know how to chat, the gap between us would become bigger and bigger, and we would have fewer and fewer common topics, and then you would kick me out without hesitation, and choose a man's life as a common topic. In order to keep you, I continued to make music and release records, becoming the most dazzling man in the music industry. Other men, who were so good as me, didn't dare to hit on you. We thought we could keep you like this, but now you tell me that you want to leave me because I'm too good and make you feel pressured? Taylor Swift, are you sincere? After the text message was sent, Taylor was silent for 4 or 5 minutes without replying. Link, I'm sorry, my words may have been a little serious. It's just that I love you too much and don't want you to leave. There is one more thing I forgot to tell you. Singing and practicing boxing at the same time is too tiring. After living like this for a year, I often feel mentally depressed. I was planning to quit the music industry after releasing 4 albums. But I didn't expect you to feel pressured by my popularity in the music industry. I'm sorry, I should have quit earlier. Taylor, you want to quit the music industry? Link, do you think I'm a person who loves music? Taylor, I don't know, but you are very talented. Your singing skills are getting stronger, and your songwriting level is very strict. How can you quit the music industry? Link, I don't love music. I love you who love music. Taylor didn't respond after 3 minutes. Link, come back. If you feel pressured, I will immediately announce my retirement from the music industry and concentrate on being a boxer. Taylor, Link, don't be like this. You sing so well, write such good songs, and have so many fans who like you. How can you just quit the music industry? You are so irresponsible. Link, if you leave me, it will be meaningless for me to stay in the music industry. Taylor, you can't quit the music industry. I won't agree. Link, are you back? I can pick you up at the recording studio. If you don't like living in the Bay Villa, we can live at your place. I like your mountain villa very much. 3 minutes passed. Taylor, but you cheated more than once. If you loved me very much, you wouldn't touch other things. Link, those 2 women came to me on their own, just like reproductive health technicians. What I did with them had nothing to do with love, and I have never loved them at all. I swear. Taylor, I need time to think. Give me some time. Link, is 10 minutes enough? We have been apart for 6 days. I miss you very much now. I want to have crazy milliliters in bed. Taylor, you can't be this color. Link, I miss you. Taylor, give me a day please. Give me a day. I need to think about it seriously. I'm very upset now. Okay, you think about it. Don't worry slowly. Link picked up the phone. They were finally going to meet and asked Bob to drive to the recording studio in Los Angeles to listen to music. He and several producers in the recording studio were busy until after 9 o'clock in the evening and finished recording Sorry. The original version of Sorry was a song released by Justin Bieber in 2015, which won the Billboard Singles Chart. Although Justin's version of the song is good, the electronic music reverberation is too serious, resulting in distortion of the sound. I feel tired of listening to it twice. The new version only uses a few simple instrument accompaniments. Coupled with Link's affectionate performance, the song has become more listenable and powerful. Although it won't make people cry, the emotions contained in the lyrics and music are very sincere and touching. The studio uploaded the song to iTunes the next morning, and Link also tweeted Sorry with a link to the song. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.